morning. We call this session to order. We have no labor update and no request to speak on that item, so we're going to move into closed session. We'll be back at 1:30. Councilmember Chu will introduce our invocators.
I think it's
I'm sorry, Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you. I'm delighted to have with us today some of our city's most gifted young musicians joining us at City Hall to be part of the invocation ceremony. The Early Music Ensemble is the top string ensemble of the Valley Christian Conservatory of the Arts in San Jose. The ensemble, as well as some of the soloists, have won Command Performance Awards at the 2012 Heritage Festival in Hawaii and the Association of Christian Schools International Festivals for the past several years. Last year, a cellist for the ensemble also won the 2012 San Jose Youth Symphony Young Artist Competition, sponsored by the San Jose Symphony Foundation. In 2009, the Early Music Ensemble traveled to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, considered by many to be the Juilliard of the East, and took part in a valuable cultural exchange with some of the most elite student musicians in the world. Today, the ensemble is led by Conservatory Dean of Music, Scott Homer, who joined Valley Christian in fall of 2006 to help launch the inaugural year of the Conservatory of Music program and develop the school's first symphony orchestra. And so for your musical enjoyment, ladies and gentlemen, the Early Music Ensemble of the Valley Christian Conservatory of the Arts in San Jose.
Thank you. Our next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Valley Christian School. We'll give you a minute to get off stage while before we start the rest of our agenda. Our first item of business are the orders of the day. Are there any changes to the printed agenda order? Is there a motion? We have a motion to approve the orders of the day. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. The orders are approved. As noted in the orders of the day, we're going to adjourn this meeting in memory of Miriam Ujlani. Miriam was a mainstay of the local Arab American community for most of the past 40 years. She was born in Pittsburgh, but was a longtime San Jose resident. Miriam passed away on January 10th at the age of 90. Councilor KHAMIS has some additional comments.
Actually, her son is here in the audience, and I want to give him my respects. And again, she was born in Pittsburgh, and she was a longtime San Jose resident. She helped a lot of Arab American immigrants, especially from the Ramallah, Palestine area. She introduced them to the libraries, the schools, the community. She was a lifelong learner, and she loved to read books. She was an inspiration to many people. She actually started college at the age of 65 and learned her third language. She became a published author as well, and in the 1980s, she hosted and produced a local television show on Arab American issues and events. Again, she passed away peacefully, and we wish the family well, and God bless.
Thank you, Councilmember Camus. Our next item is closed session report. City Attorney.
There is no report today.
We'll start with the ceremonial items. I'd like to invite Councilmembers Campos, Principal Jason Sorich, and Principal Renee Sanchez to join me at the podium. Today we're commending Principal Jason Sorich of the San Antonio Elementary and Principal Renee Sanchez of Cesar Chavez Elementary Schools for being named Principal of the Year by the San Jose Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce and the Association of California School Administrators, respectively. Very proud council member. It has a couple of these in his district, and Councilmember Campos will have some of the details.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. Today I have the honor and privilege to recognize two outstanding principals who both teach for the Alum Rock Union Elementary School District and also run two schools. First, I would like to acknowledge Principal Jason Sorich of San Antonio Elementary School. Jason, who before this year served as principal at Horace Curitin Elementary School in Alum Rock, was named Principal of the Year by both the San Jose Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce and the Silicon Valley Educators Foundation. It is no surprise he was awarded this distinguished award. Principal Sorich has overseen the implementation of the iDream initiative, which presented the student body with iPads and iPods as tools for educational purposes. Principal Sorich saw this as an opportunity to use innovative technology as a new way to teach our young children. The methods and ideology Principal Sorich has implemented at San Antonio are definitely working. He has committed the faculty, he and his committed faculty have worked incredibly hard to raise the school's API scores to 809 for 2012, an increase of 14 points, an achievement he and his staff should be proud of. And as a matter of fact, on a side note, I've worked in that community, and I'll talk a little bit briefly about Cesar Chavez for over 20 years. I have never seen the scores at San Antonio and Cesar Chavez ever go above 800 or even get close. And so it's just an honor to be able to honor them today. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize another outstanding principal that teaches in Alum Rock. That is Principal Renee Sanchez of Cesar Chavez Elementary School. Principal Sanchez has proven to be an excellent principal and has successfully executed the school's goal of creating an intellectually stimulating and safe environment for the student body. Principal Sanchez is entering his 5th year at Cesar Chavez, where API scores have jumped to an astonishing has jumped an astonishing 185 points over those last 5 years to where it sits today at 812. And from last year, it increased 39 points. Due to Principal Sanchez's commitment to education and his dedication to improving the educational environment at Cesar Chavez, the Association of California School Administration has awarded Principal Sanchez with the Principal of the Year honors for Region 8. Principal Sanchez has demonstrated that education with the philosophy of forward thinking is his #1 priority. His commitment to proper educational values is instilled in his staff, and they share with the parents and community that surrounds Chavez Elementary School. I want to reiterate and tell both Principal Sorich and Principal Sanchez that I am thrilled for the work that they have done and am just as committed with them to keep growing in education in the Mayfair community with both of those two schools. So with that, Mayor, may I please have you present both principals with the commendation, and you have already done. And I will invite you both if you would like to say a few words.
I would first like to start with the fact that I'm very humbled by this honor. I think it's more than anything, it's a reminder to the endless potential of our students, and the fact that a community coming together, working together with a common focus can accomplish just about anything. Thank you.
And I'd like to echo Renee's comments, and also add that I'm equally humbled. And as a principal, we recognize and believe very, very deeply that student achievement is accomplished through a group effort. So this award, this recognition is truly indicative of the hard work of the students, teachers, families, all stakeholders involved. So I accept this on all of our behalfs. Thank you.
Our next ceremonial, I'd like to invite Councilmember Herrera and staff from the Jewish Federation of Silicon Valley and the Silicon Valley Holocaust Survivors Association members to join us at the podium. Please come on down. Today we're declaring January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in the city of San Jose. Councilmember Herrera has some of the details.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will start introducing as folks are coming up to the podium here. I would like to introduce and thank the representatives from the Jewish Federation of Silicon Valley and the Silicon Valley Holocaust Survivors Association who are joining us today. We have Jill German, who's our CEO of Jewish Federation, Jeff Cannell, President, Ariel Hendel, Director of Community Engagement, and our very special guest from the Silicon Valley Holocaust Survivors Association, President of the association for 15 years and second-generation survivor, Joseph Sorger, Doris Swartz-Liesenby, Vice President and second-generation survivor, Tamar Jacobs, survivor, Rosa Cohn, survivor, Werner Cohn, survivor, Tamara Notin, survivor, Jesse Rajna, survivor, Judith Skopicki, survivor, Ann Sorge, second-generation survivor, David Liesenby, third generation, Michael Liesenby, third generation survivor. I feel a special honor and responsibility, a great responsibility in standing up here today to talk about this and introduce these very special people. And it's an honor today for us to join together, recognize International Holocaust Remembrance Day. This is the 8th year the city of San Jose has acknowledged this significant day. And in 2005 was the 60th anniversary on January 27th, the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, and when the United Nations designated January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. It was to acknowledge the Holocaust, to acknowledge also the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz in Poland, the largest concentration camp. It was also a statement to say that the Holocaust happened because there were deniers of the Holocaust that existed back then and unfortunately still exist. And when we think of the Holocaust, when we think of great tragedies, a lot of times they are not man-made. We think of hurricanes and earthquakes and horrible things that befall human beings. But in the case of this tragedy, it was man-made. It was deliberate. It was planned. It wasn't an accident, which makes it probably even more horrific. It resulted in the murder of 1/3 of the Jewish people. Nearly 6 million Jews targeted and persecuted by the Nazi regime and its collaborators during World War II. And millions of countless members of other minorities. This will forever be a reminder to all peoples of the dangers of hatred, bigotry, racism, and prejudice, an evil which cannot simply be consigned to the past or forgotten. The International Holocaust Remembrance Day is an opportunity to reflect on the moral responsibilities of individuals, societies, and governments, as we should always keep in mind the terrible events of the Holocaust, recognizing the importance of promoting human dignity and remaining vigilant against hatred, so that future generations can both prevent and be spared from acts of genocide. It's a time for reflection, and it's a time to call for action. Today we are honoring the victims, rescuers, liberators, and our courageous survivors that have played a vital role in keeping the lessons of the Holocaust alive for future generations. So indeed, so that the world may never forget. They survived one of the darkest, most destructive periods in human history, and today we remember the profound faith and courage they have embodied to build lives of purpose and meaning. For each person who was rescued and survived the Holocaust, countless more were killed. We must never forget, as it's important to tell stories and to speak for those who cannot. This is particularly meaningful to me as an American, as a Jewish American, and for someone who has ties in my family to the Holocaust. The Jewish Federation of Silicon Valley and the Silicon Valley Holocaust Survivors Association are joining us today because these organizations have done so much to strengthen and enrich the local Jewish community and educate the community about the Holocaust. And today we are going to have a survivor, Tamir Jacobs, with us here to share her story. And we also, again, I want to acknowledge the survivors who have joined us, who are living testaments to what happened and what we want never to happen again. Tamar Jacobs was born in Munich, Germany in 1928, the only child of Dr. Harry Heinrich Auerbach and Renate Auerbach. In 1932, Tamar's father, who worked for the League of Nations in Switzerland as a freelance journalist, was expelled from Germany by the Minister of Propaganda and forced to leave his family. Tamar moved with her mother to Cologne, Germany, where she attended a Jewish school until she was sent to boarding school in Switzerland to be in a healthier environment. Tamar's grandfather, a well-known physician and philanthropist in Bad Ems, was practicing medicine in Nice, France, when he received a letter from the city of Bad Ems ordering him to stay out of Germany. Then, in 1938, Tamar's grandfather wrote from Palestine, where he was living, that he hadn't been feeling well. After going through so many obstacles to leave Germany, Tamar and her mother left, and 1 month later, on November 9, 1938, while in Palestine, the Nazis attacked the Jewish homes in Germany on Kristallnacht, the night of the broken glass, destroying her apartment and everything they owned. Tamar's mother still wanted to go back to her home in Cologne, but her uncle wrote from Germany, urging to stay away and be glad she had her life. At the time, neither mother nor daughter understood until years later, when the severity of the German situation became clearer, it sunk in that their grandfather's expulsions from Germany saved their lives. Had their grandfather not been forbidden to return to Bad Ems, they would have stayed in Germany, and their destiny would have been the same as the other 6 million Jews. Tamar rebuilt her life in Palestine, learned Hebrew, and served in the Israeli Air Force after the birth of the State of Israel. Years later, in 1960, she moved to the United States with her husband, Alvin, where she worked as a Hebrew school teacher and had 2 lovely daughters. Presently, Tamar lives in San Jose and works as a psychotherapist for people all over the Bay Area as an active member of the Jewish community at Congregation Beth David. A few years ago, Tamar revisited her past in Germany to remember the pain and suffering of her and her people, and as she retells the story of her life, she carries the wounds, but also a glowing pride because she has gone through so much and made it so far. So today we honor all the Holocaust survivors here with us today, those in our community and those we lost, as we recognize International Holocaust Remembrance Day in the city of San Jose, and we commit ourselves to staying true to the principle of never again. At this time, Mayor Reed, would you please present the proclamation to Tamar Jacobs, who will receive it on behalf of the Holocaust survivors in our community. And if Ms. Jacobs would please come and say a few words.
Honorable Mayor, council members, friends, in the name of the Jewish community, I want to express my appreciation for your recognizing the significance of the Holocaust. Viktor Frankl, the great philosopher, also a survivor of the camps, asked, as many of us do, whether there's meaning, whether we can find meaning in that much suffering and pain. Suffering is part of life, but the meaning of suffering lies in how we respond. When people bear their suffering with dignity, when they rise above their outward fate, we then witness their uniquely human potential at its best. We bear witness to what a human being is capable of. The defiant power of the human being, of the human spirit, allows us to rise above conditions and to take a stand, even if only inwardly. Everything can be taken away from a man except one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose his own way, to choose one's attitude in any given circumstance, to choose one's own way. As a psychotherapist, I seek to awaken in my clients the feeling that they are responsible to life for something, even under difficult conditions. As a survivor, I attempt to make each day count and live my way in a meaningful and responsible way. Thank you for this meaningful historic commemoration.
Tall guy in the back. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Rose.
Next, I'd like to invite Councilmember KALRA, Cassandra Holland Summers Jackson, and members of the San Jose Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority to join us at the podium. As we commend the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority in honor of the organization's 100th anniversary, Councilmember KALRA has 100 years of details, I think. Maybe not.
Thankfully for you, I do not, but thank you, Mayor. Today at City Hall, I am honored to introduce an organization that does have a 100-year history and has served our city and its residents for the last 42 years. Delta Sigma Theta Sorority is a public service organization that has grown to be the single largest African-American women's organization in the nation. Founded on January 13, 1913 at Howard University by 22 college women, the sorority has now grown to more than 260,000 college-educated women who are members of some 900 chapters located across the United States and overseas in England, Japan, Germany, Korea, Bermuda, the Bahamas, and the Virgin Islands. Delta Sigma Theta continues its extensive array of public service through its 5-point program thrust that includes educational development, economic development, international awareness and involvement, physical and mental health, and political awareness and involvement. Under the leadership of the San Jose Alumni Chapter, which was chartered in November 1970, a wide range of programs addressing health, education, community service, and strengthening of the African American community have emerged and evolved over the years. Locally, the San Jose Alumni Chapter has developed many youth mentoring programs, including Images and Embody, mental health and economic development seminars, annual scholarships for graduating seniors, and political awareness activities, as well as international projects like Walk for Water and World Vision sponsorships. With us here, we have many members of the Executive Board, including President Cassandra Holland and Vice President Summer Jackson. I'd like to thank all the women in Crimson and Cream today for all their hard work. I have the cream, but not the for all their hard work and contributions to the City of San Jose, and welcome them to accept this commendation as they celebrate their 100th anniversary this year and their commitment to the principles of sisterhood, scholarship, and public service. Mayor, if you could present the proclamation to President Cassandra Holland and Vice President Summer Jackson.
Good afternoon. Just want to say thank you so much for recognizing our 100th year. It was 22 women at Howard University in 1913 that decided they wanted to make a difference. They wanted to do something. And we here, San Jose Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, want to let you know that we are here in the community to serve with any types of programs that are available for the youth, for the elderly. Currently, we have our Images program, girls 13 to 18, and we have the Embody program, which is for our boys 11 to 18. We want to encourage the youth to do better. We want to encourage them to be the best that they can be. And we want to be a mentor to all of the youth in the community. Therefore, we want to say again, thank you for recognizing us for our centennial year. We will be in Washington, D.C. in July, celebrating our national convention to be able to recognize all of the work that we've done for 100 years, and the encouragement and the desire to do even more for the future. Again, thank you very much.
One of those ought to be good. Next item is the consent calendar. I have one request to speak on the consent calendar. Are there any more? We'll take the public comment on the consent calendar. Jim Spence. Before Mr. Spence, Councilmember Chu wants to pull that one for discussion, so I'm just going to have you hold off on the testimony. We're going to have 2.5 travel report. I think 2.11 needs to come off for a modification to the memo. Councilmember Chu, you had 2.2B.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to pull 2.2B and register a no vote.
Okay. We're going to take some testimony on that one. I've got a request to speak. Any others to pull off?
Yes, Mayor. 2.7.
All right, is there a motion on the balance?
Mayor, I'll also register no on 2.2B. Thank you.
We'll vote on that separately after some testimony on it, so we'll come back to that.
Thank you. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, the motion is on the balance, so we're going to, we'll take up 2.2B, 2.5, 2.7, 2.11, I believe. Okay, we have a motion on the balance. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. So first item is 2.2B. Mr. Spence, you want to speak on that one?
Good afternoon. Jim Spence, President of the Association of Retired San Jose Police Officers and Firefighters. The supplemental retirement benefit is a dividend on an investment made by the retirees and active employees in the city retirement plan. The supplemental retirement benefit was designed to assist those retirees who helped make San Jose one of the safest cities in America, both through the crime and through fire prevention. The benefit was designed so that the dividend is only distributed in good times. This ordinance is being taken against those who can no longer generate income to deal with the rising cost of living in this valley. We ask for a no vote on the ordinance. Thank you.
That concludes public testimony. Is there a motion? We have a motion to approve 2.2B on that motion. All in favor? Opposed? Count 1, 2, 3 opposed. KALRA, CAMPOS, and CHU opposed. Motion passes. 2.5, travel reports. I wanted to report on my trip to Washington, D.C. Last week. I was at the U.S. Conference of Mayors annual conference for a couple of days, and then I went to the inauguration. The Conference of Mayors back in June passed a resolution through the entire conference in support of asking the administration to issue guidance that would facilitate cities and states allowing their employees to have a choice of a lower cost defined benefit plan. And so I was there to report on that and also to recruit some additional mayors who have an interest in that issue to work with us on getting the administration to move ahead with it. On the side, I had some meetings on the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, regional transportation issues. We had a meeting of the Big Ten mayors of California as a side meeting, and as well as a meeting with Mayors Kwan and Lee to talk about aviation. Monday, I managed to attend the inauguration. It was cold and crowded, but I was well prepared. Just a few 100,000 people there. I think Councilor KALRA said he was there, but I couldn't find him. I don't know. You were out there somewhere.
It's harder than finding Waldo in that crowd.
Yeah, it's quite a crowd, and everybody's wearing heavy clothes. So, but it was a great inauguration, and I was happy to be able to be there after attending the Conference of Mayors trip. Anybody else with travel reports? Councilor KHAMIS?
Yeah, I attended a meeting of the new mayors and city council member training academy in Sacramento in January. We went there for a few days, and actually was one of the largest city representatives there. So I learned a lot of stuff, and I even took an ethics training course, AB 1234, and so that's my report.
All right. Anybody else on travel? Okay, there's no action on that. Just report item 2.7. I think Councilmember Liccardo wanted that pulled.
Thank you, Mayor. And Jim, I'm sorry I didn't give you a heads up on this, but just a quick question about the contract, recognizing, as I hope, if all works out in the budget in June, we may have enough money to demolish the South Hall tent upon the completion of the convention center. Does this parking contract contemplate the additional space? Would require us to amend it, or is there some flexibility where we can continue the management under the same price?
Councilman Liccardo, Jim Ortball, Assistant Director of Transportation. Yes, it does. This agreement allows us to add parking facilities or remove parking facilities depending upon the needs of the city. So that flexibility is in there.
Great. I just hate to see the contract hold up whatever we might do over there at the site.
No, it has that flexibility.
Perfect. Thanks, Jim.
We have a motion to approve. Councilmember Herrera?
Yeah, I just wanted to record that I would like to pull 211 off.
We've got that one, okay. On the motion, Councilmember Liccardo's motion 2.7, all in favor? Opposed? Not opposed. That's approved. 2.11, Councilmember Herrera?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that I have submitted a replacement memo, so the source of funds should be the D8 office funds and not how it's listed in the agenda.
All right. Is there a motion to approve? We have a motion to approve item 2.11 on that motion. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed, so that's approved. That concludes the consent calendar. We'll move now to item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I have one report today. I'm very pleased to share with you the results of a recent annual safety inspection of our airport by the Federal Aviation Administration. Earlier this month, the FAA conducted its annual certification inspection and found that Mineta San Jose International Airport passed with 0 discrepancies. This is a significant accomplishment that is testimony to our very strong commitment to safety at SJC. The Federal Aviation Administration performs these operational safety inspections on all commercial service airports every year. The inspections, which usually take about 3 days, confirmed our airport's compliance in several areas: the Federal Aviation Regulation Part 139, our certification manual, and operating certificate issued by the FAA. FAA looked closely at our operating procedures, daily safety inspections, airfield maintenance, aircraft rescue and firefighting services, and facilities in aviation, fuel operations, and record keeping. The inspection also includes physical review of our facilities in the airfield. The goal that we set at SJC long ago was to successfully complete these inspections without any discrepancies noted by the FAA as much as possible, indicating that safety is our first priority at SJC. The result of this audit is a tribute to our staff, especially given all the challenges that we are facing at our airport. And as you will note later on the agenda on 3.4, we are making some staffing change recommendations that will really help us to maintain our high quality standards at the airport. So in conclusion, congratulations to Bill Sherry, our aviation director, and the entire team for their consistently good work and their commitment to the highest standards for safety at our airport. That concludes my report.
Item 3.3, Boards and Commissions Program Work Plan. This has come back to us after our last discussion with the Acting City Clerk's recommendations for how we proceed. So I'm going to turn it over to Tony Tabor.
Hi, I'm Tony Tabor, Acting City Clerk. This will be a fairly short presentation. What you have before you is a work plan. The beginning of the report is the action that was taken by Council on October 23rd. So that was the different consolidations that were approved by Council. And then the second half of the report is the timeline. We're looking at April, bringing back to Council an ordinance that will begin the consolidation process, and then continue to work with staff from now through the summer on the bylaws and all of the other issues related to consolidating the boards, and bring those back in the fall for a final consolidation for January 1st of next year. This will allow, in some cases, for the boards to have people naturally leave the board. In other cases, we will need to recruit because we're moving from 7 to 9 members in some boards. So this timeline is trying to take all of the different pieces into account in how quickly we can get this done. And that concludes.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll have some council questions and comments. I've got some requests to speak from the public. I think I'll take that first. Tony Nguyen or Richard McCoy.
Hi, Mayor, Council. My name is Tony Nguyen. I live in District 2. Currently, I am on the Library Commission, and I'm also the Library Commission to the Early Education and Child Care Commission as well. I'm here speaking for myself. When this was first proposed months ago, I was against the consolidation, but I've been spending the last 2 months rethinking the situation. Last night, I went to the Early Education Commission. I asked myself one simple question. Is there enough time to do both Library Commission and Early Education Commission work? Given an hour and 45 minutes, I think the answer is actually yes, because 45 of those minutes were actually overlaps, where the library gave their budget position, gave the news from the council, and then started talking about just the news of the day. Half an hour of it was also devoted to, hey, the consolidation. So I figure when this consolidation thing is over and done with, we'll make up another half an hour. So given about an hour and a half, can we run the business of both organizations? I looked at the calendars for both organizations, and I think the answer is yes, given some discussion. The Library Commission has two jobs it asks to do by law. One is to look at to oversee the bond, and two is to oversee the library parcel tax. We have been knocking that off with one meeting. I don't quite know what the Early Education Commission has to do by law, but it looks like they have two big events that is on their calendars. And I think between those four must-do events, we can work things out overall. I think in April, last night in the Education Commission, they said, hey, let's meet with the Library Commission in April and let's hash things out. The only things I would request that you look at is that the new commission still be named the Library Commission and not the Library Commission and the Early Education Commission. The reason for that is because on the library bond measure as well as the parcel tax, it specifically says that the Library Commission is the oversight commission.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Richard McCoy.
Richard McCoy, Vice Chair of the Senior Commission. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. At our September 20th, 2012 meeting of the Senior Commission, we voted to approve alternative number 2 from the City Clerk's report to consolidate the Senior Commission, the Disability Advisory, and Human Rights into one commission called the Human Services Commission. We do understand that many of the commissions have difficulty performing their duties of even getting quorums and producing their minutes and reports, and feel that perhaps some consolidation of some of these commissions would help reduce the workload and be able to achieve the goals they want to do. However, we'd like to see some possible modifications to the plans, including the suggestion for a generic set of bylaws that would be applied to all the commissions. If there were such a thing, that it be very minimal, but allow each commission the ability to make additions or amendments to it that fit their particular needs. And hopefully that way they would be able to serve the public and the citizens of San Jose with the information they collect and pass on to the mayor and the city council. We do believe that consolidation has come to a perfect time, and it should be done with both consideration for all the functions that each of the commissions serve. Thank you.
That concludes public testimony on this item. Anything else to add, City Clerk?
Well, the Library Commission will stay the Library Commission according to action on October 23rd. But okay. I'm here to answer questions. I know there's several questions from council members.
There probably are. Let's start with Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief, and I'd like to first start and move the memorandum as written by Councilmember Herrera that was distributed today.
Second. All right, we have a motion based on Councilmember Herrera's memorandum dated today. Did you want to speak to that?
That was going to be the next one. And as far as your memo direction, I'm assuming it includes and incorporates generally the philosophy or the spirit of what my memo speaks to, if that's fair to ask.
Yeah, if I might answer his question.
Certainly.
Okay. Yes, in fact, I was hoping someone would make a motion to include both of those. So yeah, I would definitely. Perhaps I could offer a friendly amendment and suggest including moving your memo as well, just so we have one motion.
Sure.
And
all right, I don't know who has the second. I forgot. Councilmember LICCARDO has the second. Okay,
seconding.
Seconder. Okay, so we have a motion to move both of those memos.
And I'm not sure I was going to. We do. Well, yes, we've already heard. We've heard the public. So I'm very concerned in terms of my memo, which I see more as an addendum to the others, and speaks to the Small Business Commission. As I recall, when we had the discussion on the commissions, on the consolidation, we were sort of looking at what should be done with the Small Business Commission. It was brought up as an idea to kind of take a look at what should be done with it, and it's very important. Small business is incredibly important. I chair the Economic Development Committee, and I'm certainly not here to say that it isn't critical. It is. I think my concern is how do we achieve those goals, and what is the Small Business Commission, what is their purpose going forward? And so this gives us a chance to come back to economic development with, if there is another purpose that's not being fulfilled, to come back and get that input. But I think more importantly is to move forward on some things I think that we might be able to do more creatively, and it was discussed yesterday during the Economic Development Committee, and that's to really, do some outreach to, to our neighborhood business districts, to really go out to them, to have staff reach out to them and start really engaging them in moving goals forward to help small businesses. And also kind of look at the commissioners and folks we have involved in the Small Business Commission to offer introductions to the working groups and organizations, because we have a number of them working on these things. And I guess my big concern is I don't want staff on economic development, which is very limited in terms of their capacity, to be working on staff activities related to commission that would take them away from doing the basic kinds of work to really help small businesses. And I know Kim Wallish is here, and I don't know if she wants to maybe give us some sense of what the staffing impact is if we were to continue with the Small Business Commission. The other thing I want to say that is said in this memo, which I want to make sure there's no misunderstanding here, I think we've had a goal over the years, to support, to work, to increase participation, to support businesses, the federally disadvantaged business enterprise programs and policies. We've had all of these goals. I'm not saying we've achieved all of them, okay, in my memo. We have the goals, but we need to make sure that we're doing things that, in a way that work the best to achieve these goals. So, Kim, if you could talk about the staffing of the Small Business Commission and what you're doing in these other programs.
Sure. Kim Wallish, Director of Economic Development. I just want to reiterate that support for small business in San Jose is a really important priority. It's actually goal number 4 of our economic strategy, is to nurture local small business. And as we shared with the CED committee yesterday, we have developed a very robust network of individuals and organizations that help us deliver services to our small businesses and help us stay in touch with their changing needs. So that's the boss.com network. So we spent a lot of time with the city clerk looking at the issue of the Small Business Commission, and the sense was that this was established in the mid-1990s, and its original purpose was to make sure that there was no discrimination against small businesses. That the context for that work has largely changed, and we actually do really well on that ground now. So the main concern is that we have a very limited number of staff, and time spent supporting a commission takes away from time spent delivering services to our San Jose businesses. So we're very comfortable with the recommendation that we take one more look at this and especially interact with our ethnic chambers and our small chambers and our neighborhood business districts and include them as part of our network to serve small businesses in San Jose and discuss that further at the CED committee.
Thank you, Kim. And again, what we heard yesterday was interesting because Work to Future is doing incredible job in reaching out and creating web presence to interact, to have the ability to move things forward for small businesses. So I think we really want to focus on making things happen for small businesses. And if it turns out that it should be through the commission, then I think that will come back to the committee. But I think it's a time to really take a look at this and make sure we're really engaging those folks that are on the commission with all of those right resources and pulling things together, and so that we're not duplicating. We're really kind of all moving in the same direction.
Councilor Rocha,
Thank you.
I think you probably had some questions.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I'm going to be short. I just want to acknowledge the memorandum from to my colleagues, Councilmember Constant and Campos, and I want to support your interest in representation and say that I'm extremely committed to it, and I'm glad you raised the issue, and I'm glad you're extremely committed to it as well. Just in my mind, looking backwards, and the action that we took, where we renamed the Project Diversity Screening Committee to the Council Commission Appointments Advisory Committee, which generally we asked to deal with geographic representation issues and outreach. So as long as that was part of the original direction, that was why I was more interested in pursuing that direction today. I'm thinking about this after reading your memo, that maybe it might be appropriate to have a report back in a year and a half or 18 months to see how this commission or committee does with that issue and see if anything's changed. I know we've struggled to have that representation from all the council districts in the past on these commissions, and I just didn't want that to be the mandatory, and in the end we end up forfeiting potential good applicants. So again, I completely agree with you, and I think maybe if we give this an opportunity to see how it goes and then come back, and if the issue doesn't get us to where we want to go, then maybe we can revisit it. But that's just my thoughts, and I'd love to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
If I may, my timeline does include a report back next summer after all of this has gone through to look at how things are working. Do we need to change things? Or are we getting a whole bunch of applicants now? So we can look at those. So I do have a report back built into the timeline.
Okay, and in my mind, we could revisit that issue again, assuming we go ahead with the direction today. But again, I'd like to hear from my colleagues. Maybe the council majority prefer to go a different direction. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I just wanted to voice my support for Councilmember Rose Herrera's memo. I think, like she said, the small business community is extremely important, but I think that deferring the continuation of the Small Business Commission is probably the right way to go. We have a lot of different ethnic businesses here in the city of San Jose, and I think an extensive outreach program to those businesses would probably more effective and more productive in terms of what we want to achieve. So I just want to support her memo. Thank you.
Councilor Constant.
Thank you. So, we've been at this for a long time. I lost track of how many months we've been dealing with this. And, it's been, I think, a overly painful process. But in the end, I think we're moving in the right direction. We're getting some consolidations. I want to speak a little bit to the memo that Javier and I put out. And I think there's a couple of reasons that I support the consolidations in general and the moving towards a more geographically represented boards and commissions. One of the problems, quite frankly, I think has been the appointment process, because each of us who has a liaison to a commission, basically you get one person who makes the decision. I don't think once in 6 years we've ever had anyone, and I think rightfully so, given the way we've had our process, challenge any appointments to any of the commissions. So you end up getting one person making the decision over an entire commission. It doesn't matter whether it's the Arts Commission or the Airport Commission or the Senior Commission. Any of those, you end up getting a very narrow viewpoint in making those selections. And if you contrast that with how we deal with some of the other commissions, and I'm not advocating for this for all the commissions, but the Appeals Hearing Board and the Planning Commission, where we have interviews and everybody gives input and we get multiple perspectives as we're making decisions to appoint. And I think that's what's important. And many of you know I've been pointing out for 6 years that we've never even really followed the process that we had, especially the Appeals Boards Commission was supposed to be appointed by the liaison, but they've always been interviewed by the council. The Arts Commission was supposed to, by Muni Code, be appointed by the council, but has always been done by the liaison solely. So we've kind of had an inverse relationship on those two particular ones. And you look at the fact that while they each have their individual focus, we have talented folks from throughout our city. And we have, it's a big city, not only in population, but in geographic size. And you go into the different neighborhoods and the different areas, and they all have their own little uniqueness to it, and you've got people in all corners of the city and throughout the city that have interest in every one of these areas. And I can tell you, I've had people from my district put in for several of these commissions that were extremely well qualified, that didn't even get the chance to be interviewed or have a discussion with the person who's making the appointment. They just got shoved aside because a individual person had their focus of what they were looking at. I just don't think that's healthy for the city as a whole. And not picking on any one commission, I just think there's an opportunity to get a more broad, diverse set of folks and mindset on these commissions if we're picking from amongst the different districts. And I think it has worked well in some areas. I mean, we did that for when we do the redistricting. We did that not necessarily us choosing, but by district for the Neighborhoods Commission. And I think it's a nice odd number, 11. It gives the chance that you don't get any one area of the city that has a dominating voice. And, you know, I've expressed this multiple times over the years. Even when we did the council interview process, you may remember about 4 years ago, we ended up where a majority of the appeals hearing board all came from within not only the same district, but within 2 neighborhoods within that district. And I just didn't think that was healthy, that you have people who have a perspective that may only be so big making decisions based on the entire city. And I think it's important to get that, not only the character, but the lifestyle differences, everything from the different parts of the city. And that's why I hope that more than which ones we consolidate together, because I think there's been an argument, a very good argument on each side of which commissions should and shouldn't go with each other. I think the more important thing is making sure that we have an opportunity to have a good, diverse set of folks, and that as we're looking at them from different perspectives as well. And that's why I was happy when Javier wanted to talk about this particular issue and put this memo out. And I'll let Javier put his points in. And I'd like to have a little more discussion before, I don't want to just cram in a substitute motion or anything. I'd like to have a full discussion because we've been at this at least 2 years. And I'd just like, whatever we end up from today, I'd like to have some resolution. And I just hope it's a point where we have a more collective process of us appointing people who are going to be out there in the community, being our eyes and ears and coming and advising us on the decisions we make.
Councilor Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll continue on what what Pete was laying out. When I put out the memo or wrote the memo up, it comes from just looking at a district that traditionally has been underrepresented on commissions or even folks getting asked to participate. And I think it's easy to look at the people that are always showing up at at neighborhood commissions or at council, people that are engaged because it's easier to get here. It's easier to get to City Hall. It's easier maybe they have more time in the day to be engaged. But I find it real hard to believe that each council district roughly having 100,000 people in it, that out of that 100,000 you don't have folks with different sets of backgrounds that could really provide good expertise on each and every one of these commissions. I looked at it that way. And then I also thought, if we're really talking about diversity and we're talking about getting different experiences, not just ethnic or social diversity, but just folks with different experiences, then we have to do a better job of reaching out to our neighborhoods and to our communities to get folks engaged. You could only imagine how much more, and I hate to bring up, this past 2 years of, debate on not just pension reform, but, other issues that are going on in our city. But if you just had that much more folks engaged from the get-go to give, a host of different opinions, perhaps we'd be in a different, situation right now, in terms of, where our city's at with services and so forth. I don't want to lose the opportunity to get, to really do what we're supposed to do, and that is to, bring representation from our communities to City Hall on a host of different, issues. Pete pointed out that, in the memo, there's not that much difference with 9 representatives to 11 representatives. I think putting it back on the burden of council offices to get the word out the way we get the word out to our neighborhood associations and get people interested in serving, I think we could probably have more representation or better representation. And you know, what I don't want to see is we move down the path of okay, well, let's see if this works, and then we come back to a hearing in the summer or in a year and a half, and okay, maybe it hasn't worked so well, and because we're so entrenched in other issues that it gets pushed to the side and we keep pushing it off. But at the same time, I can count. So I want to be able to have to continue this discussion today as to what could be a good compromise. Is it diversifying this, what used to be the Project Diversity Steering Committee? Maybe we need to look and analyze which commissions really need to have council representation, and which ones are, well, we can keep them at 9 or we can keep them at 7. I actually would like to hear a little bit more what my other colleagues, have to say, and then I'd like to also, continue weighing in. But I'll go ahead and stop right here and just kind of keep this discussion going. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor KHAMIS.
Yeah, I also support Councilman Campos's memorandum. I think that this is a lot more logical way to go. I've actually worked on different commissions. I was the chairman of the Human Relations Commission for Santa Clara County, where I was appointed directly by the supervisor, and I didn't even live in that supervisor's district at the time, but that supervisor was responsible for appointing me, and it created a bigger sense of accountability. And we had in the Human Relations Commission of Santa Clara County 37 years without a break in quorum, so it increased accountability dramatically. So what my colleagues here are suggesting makes a lot of sense to me, and I'm very willing to support their memo. As to the Small Business Development Commission, which I chaired up until December, I have a little bias on that, but I think small business is really underrepresented in the Office of Economic Development. I wish that they are doing a good job, but they're understaffed, as they said. However, the needs of small business are often go unheard. A case in point, we had a plastic bag ban, and I know it was decided upon here at City Council, but a lot of the businesses in my area absolutely hate it. Not to mention the residences. The residents are, really upset with it. Many of them write me emails still to this day. We're often, we're talking about a styrofoam container ban. We're now talking about, we had a minimum wage increase, and quite frankly, the voice of small business is not being heard. And I think it is very important for small business to have a bigger role in our city's discourse. So I love the fact that they put the Small Business Development Commission back in, and I totally support this memo.
Councilmember Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to add to the Small Business Development Commission, and just to remind my colleague here that the staff recommendation is really based on years and years of suggestion from the members of the Small Business Development Commission, like Councilmember KHAMIS here, that they wanted to, instead of concentrating on the procurement process, they like to help out with the small business development with really the small business in the neighborhood.
And so I understand the staff issue. I guess that's really the reason that we're here and spending so much time, the clerk's office, and trying to consolidate those commissions. So, but again, like Councilmember Kenneth say, I believe that the Small Business Development Commission is very, very important. I have no problem to include Councilmember Herrera's recommendation to also have them concentrate on this development of the business association within each district. But I don't think we should limit their scope to just developing the small neighborhood business in each district, but to give them a broader scope to work with. Another issue I have is going back to the Economic Development Committee. You know, like the library commissions don't have to report it to the neighborhood services and education committees. So I think now the approving of the library commission does not have to go through the neighborhood services and education committee. So I'm okay with the staff recommendation, and regarding to Councilmember Constance and CAMPOS's memo, I believe that if all of our liaison council members be more mindful of selecting the members, the problem can be solved by just making all of us, you know, really mindful of selecting our member, make sure that we have some diversity in any ways and shape or form that we have. And so I'm okay with Councilmember Rocha's memo on that composition of the members of the committee.
Councilor KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to start with a disclosure, Rick. I just wanted you to guide me on this, because if some may have noticed, I had signed on to the memo with Councilmembers Campos and Constant, and then very quickly removed my name because I had realized that I noticed my name on it. No, although I agree with the contention in the memo, months earlier, I think Councilmember Rocha and I had submitted a memo in regards to boards and commissions. So it was inadvertent. I immediately removed it. I didn't have any discussions with Councilmember Campos' office. The memo was just presented from his staff to mine, and I signed on based upon the merit of the memo. But I wanted to disclose that, and whatever cure is necessary, Rick, please let me know.
Your office notified me that there was an inadvertent discussion beyond 5, and I think it's just, my view is always that an inadvertent or technical violation of the Brown Act, the only way you can really cure it is to have a full and fair hearing in public, and that's what we're doing.
Okay, and so thank you for that, and so that's disclosed. And you know, the reason why I did sign on to that memo is because I do believe in principle on having every district represented. You know, there are cities that are the size of our districts that have full library commissions, parks commissions, and so on. If they can impanel an entire commission in their cities, certainly in each of our districts we can find one person for each of the subject matter areas. And in fact, we have many committed people in our neighborhoods, and I think for far too long certain districts have been underrepresented. And I think this is not a matter of taking representation away from anyone. It's a matter of making sure that this huge city that we have, that has very diverse neighborhoods, that is spread out over almost 180 square miles, has representation from all corners, because every subject matter of every commission is of concern to every district. And that is why I'm supportive of us doing this now and not coming back later after an evaluation, because we're doing our overhaul of the boards and commissions now. I mean, this has been a very long process, and I certainly want to commend and thank the staff, because I know that this has been more than a heavy lift. But we're here now to do this. And I think to come back and evaluate it again doesn't make sense to me when we have the opportunity right now, as we're making these major changes, to incorporate district representation so that all neighborhoods have a voice on every relevant commission. And I think that we're really missing the boat if we don't do it now. If we come back, we always say we'll evaluate it. It's always been the policy, at least for a number of years, to try to ensure district representation and diverse geographic representation. It hasn't happened. And so I think that unless we codify it, unless we codify it, I don't see it happening. And I think that we do have very active council members that I think now more than ever because of technology have more outreach in the neighborhoods than ever before. And so, you know, I would certainly, if we're put forward, I would support the memo from council members Campos and Constant. In regards to the underlying memo, I think the recommendations generally from staff are good ones. They've been developed by all of us in some way or form. But again, I think that the district representation issue is enough for me to hesitate to support the memo on the floor. In regards to the Small Business Commission issue, you know, I think that the underlying the underlying authorization of the Small Business Commission is of critical importance. Including ensuring that there is non-discrimination, and I believe that our city has done an excellent job in its efforts to try to accomplish that. But I think if we veer away from the goals of ensuring that not just small businesses, but those that are classified under the federal disadvantaged business enterprise programs, if we stray from that, there are plenty of organizations that we will continue to work with that will help us in focusing on neighborhood business development, and we should work with them. But to suggest that that those become a priority of focus over those that most small business or many small business development commissions are developed for, I can't support at this time either. So, like I said, if the underlying, if the Campos Constant motion is put forward, I'll support it because I think that the time is now for us to codify district representation.
Councilmember Liccardo.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to take up Councilmember Campos's invitation to find some compromise, and certainly I'll just focus for a moment on the Arts Commission because I think Councilmember Constant mentioned it. I'm more than happy to follow the municipal code, since after all that is the law, and have the council as a whole make a choice as to who arts commissioners are. And to whatever extent we think that might be appropriate for other commissions, let's do that. I certainly don't want any perception that there's an individual bias among council members about how they're making choices. In fact, by the way, on your consent calendar, you'll see 2 non-District 3 residents who we just appointed to the Arts Commission. So I guess the point being, I think there is a middle ground here, which is we can all get involved in the decision and we can all get the word out. I am concerned for all the reasons that Councilmember Rocha mentions in his well-written memo, that what we consider to be equal distribution may not be the best way to run a commission. We all know there are a lot of challenges in getting commissioners to volunteer often. We know these are often time-consuming endeavors. We also know that there are, frankly, and this is not in Councilmember Rocha's memo, so I don't want to associate him with these comments, but I'll say it for myself because I have my own bias. Some of the city's activities are geographically biased. The airport is in a geographical location in the city, surrounded primarily by 3 districts. As the saying goes, the chicken is involved in breakfast, but the pig is committed. And there are neighborhoods around that airport that are committed as much as the entire city is certainly involved. And so I think it's important that at least we keep that in mind. I don't in any way mean that means all the commissioners need to come from 3 districts, but I do think we should be sensitive to the fact that certainly some districts are going to be disproportionately impacted. I happen to believe, by the way, that's probably true with arts as well, if you consider distribution of where people live, where they work, et cetera, that are involved in creative enterprises. But that by no means means, again, that we should have disproportionate representation. I just think it's going to be the reality that we're going to have more qualified applicants coming from those districts because those people are committed in a unique way. Their livelihoods may very much be tied up in those endeavors. So I appreciate the sentiment. I think I look forward to any friendly amendment that may result, that might relate to how the council as a whole could choose commissioners. And I think we could do it on a consent agenda 90% of the time. But obviously, where there are concerns, you know, certainly individual council members can raise them.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. We as a council are comprised of San Jose citizens to represent the entire city, and we do that on a geographic basis, and I think that serves the city well because there are different, as brought up by many people here, there are differences in from neighborhood to neighborhood and different views and different groups that make up our city the great place it is. And so I'm of the liking to have a requirement that we just simply have it be as brought up in the constant compost memo, because I think it's something people have talked about, but it doesn't really get resolved. And I believe that, you know, we just need to hear from every corner of the city. I think bringing all these to council would be very time consuming. We already have that process for planning commission, which, you know, you have to block out 2 hours. And so if we're going to do that with every commission, I think we're just going to have a lot of time doing that versus doing the other things that need to be done. So appreciate everything that's been said, but from my vantage point, it just seems as though we should give the opportunity to every council district to serve. And one note I might make, and not certainly a mandate, but I do think it's interesting, for example, being a liaison on the library commission, because those commissions don't require like a city council meeting, all the, you know, the video and all those types of things and staff needed, but those commissions, they actually will just rotate from libraries in different neighborhoods. And I think that's a nice idea for the commissions as well. So, but with that, I'm supportive of the compost constant notion. Thank you.
I have a question about the, I guess, the constant compost concept, and that is, are you intent on having the person, for the 11 members, appointed by the council member, which gives you geographic distribution, or must they live in a council district? Because I know that some of these boards and commissions, it's tougher to get people. And as Councilmember LICCARDO pointed out, some of these boards and commissions do have a geographic interest, and it's harder to get people. So it's not clear from the memo whether or not you're intending that they must live in that district or the council member must appoint them, figuring that most of the time they're going to come from that district, but it's not required.
Well, the latter was my personal feelings on it, because I think there are areas, and Sam brought up some good points, and Sam, you may remember how emphatic I was on that appeals board appointment because we were so heavy in one district, but it kind of went to deaf ears. And so that's why I think it's important that we have a structure. And quite frankly, I could have put down my foot and said, no, you know, I get to appoint these. This is the way it is in the code. But I didn't do that because I really felt that some commissions like the appeals board are so important we should all be weighing in on them. So I do think, Mayor, that it should be the district council member should appoint. And I tell you, in my case, I would probably mostly appoint people from my district first if they had the expertise and interest, and then if not, the area that's most impacted.
Second question for, I think it's again the same memo. The memo's recommendation is to approve the work plan with some amendments. And back to the Small Business Development Commission, the work plan contemplates following what we decided back in October with the Small Business Development Commission, that staff would evaluate the charter and mission of the Small Business Development Commission, return with recommendations on improving the ability of that commission to provide relevant advice to the council. That's in the work plan. I'm assuming you're not taking that out of the work plan, that we still need to consider how we make that Small Business Development Commission relevant, et cetera.
That's correct, and I'm not opposed to the method that's been proposed by Councilmember Herrera as well. However, we can best deal with that issue. Okay.
Councilmember Chu? I'm sorry, City Manager, do you have a comment?
Mr. Mayor, yes, as you're discussing the broadening of the numbers, we have had a problem in the past with getting a quorum, and so I would urge the council to consider if a quorum should be redefined in a way that's appropriate under the rules.
Councilmember Chu?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to state that if we have to ask all the applicants for any commissions to go through this body, like we did to the planning commissions and the planning board, it could be intimidating to some of the applicants, and we may be even limited the pool of qualified people to serve on the committee.
Councilmember Constant.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, we're pretty close to halfway split on this. I'm trying to count on one hand so I don't figure out who gets 6. But I think what I'd like to do is at least try a substitute motion to see if we can get a vote on this. And that substitute motion would be the memo that Javier and I put out with the addition of the memo that Rose put out so that we can effectively take a little bit of a longer look at the Small Business Commission. And if I get a second, okay, I figured I'd get one at least from Javier.
Okay, so we have substitute motion based on
to what else you had to say.
based on 2 memorandums. Yeah. Okay, Councilmember Constant.
And you know, I'm very open to, I think we can figure out a way as we're moving forward that there's a standard practice of the council members as we're getting ready to make appointments from our district's perspective, that we have a conversation with the liaison and go talk to them about this is what's up, this, you know, what's your concerns, where are your needs? Because I'll tell you, when I bring this up because I've had difficulty in choosing people for the senior commission. And when I would see an area or an ethnicity not represented, I would have to go ask other people. And I've asked other people on the council, who would you recommend from your area or from this ethnic group because you're closer and have a better relationship with that group? And I think that should just become a standard practice, and I think it'll work very well. And hopefully we can at least get 6 of us to support this.
Councilmember Liccardo.
Just to clarify the memorandum, because I think there may be a path to yes here, at least for me, which would be, Peter, Javier, whoever wants to respond. When we say allow for citywide representation, are we mandating that the member come from the district or simply that the member be appointed by a different council member in each case?
Appointed by the district council member.
Okay. So that means, is that your understanding as well, Councilmember Campos? Yeah, okay. I mean, I can certainly live with a situation in which every council member at least has some input as to their own individual choice, assuming it still goes through, the consent agenda, at least in council, if there are other folks who want to weigh in. I am really concerned with an approach that says we have to take 11 members who have to be in 11 different districts, because I think there are going to be situations we're going to see, I guarantee you, where there are simply not going to be people chomping at the bit to join a commission from a particular district, and we're all going to be kind of handcuffed.
The good news is we only got 10 districts, so we don't have to hit all 11.
Good point.
No, and I think that would be the intent, and if there's an issue, let's just say for the airport commission, and I was struggling on who to appoint, I think it would be natural for me to go and speak to those 3 districts that you mentioned and say, look, where's your concerns here? Who are your active people? Because I don't have somebody who has that expertise.
City Attorney.
Council member, I'd like to get some clarity, because I think the way it works now is with respect to liaisons making nominations, it then goes through rules and then comes to council for council final action, and essentially it's acted upon. Is your request that the council member make the appointment or make the nomination subject to the entire council making the final appointment?
So my intent was what you just said, that we make the nomination, it goes to the Rules Committee, comes on the council agenda, just like we just did with the Arts Commission.
Anybody else? I think that was a discussion. All right, so we have a motion, the substitute motion based on 2 memorandums, Councilmember Constant Campos memo and Councilmember Herrera's memo. On that motion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Count 1 opposed, Councilmember Chu. So motion passes.
The motion was the last one made by Councilmember Constant.
Yes.
Okay. On your memo with the amendments. Okay. Yeah.
So we have one opposed, Councilmember Chu. So that passes. Congratulations, City Clerk. You have more work to do. That concludes 3.3. We'll move to 3.4, Actions related to airport staffing needs. There'll be a presentation from our staff. They'll get a minute to get down here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Kim Aguirre, Assistant Director for the Airport and Chief Operating Officer. I have a few slides we've prepared to give you a little bit of background on where we are today with staffing at the airport and set the stage for a few things that we need to do in the future. The two primary outcomes for today we are seeking are to address some critical staffing deficiencies in some functional areas of the airport, specifically in our airport operations division, and to create a business development unit for revenue generation. The requested actions align very directly with two of our highest priorities at the airport, and that's safety and security of the airport and creating opportunities for revenue generation. So in order to set the stage for today and the state of the airport and where we are today, I wanted to provide some insight into staffing levels today and some of our concern about future staffing issues. You've heard us say in several presentations in the past that we've cut about 50% of our staff at the airport. We're at about 54% at this point. We did a lot of outsourcing, and if you take those positions out, we're at net reduction of about 35%. With this comes a great loss of institutional knowledge. Since fiscal year 08-09, we've had 111 employees that were either bumped, retired, or resigned from city employment. And as a result, with the remaining 184 current employees, we have just 144, about 79%, with 5 or more years of city experience, and then even fewer with 5 or more years of airport-specific experience. Future turnover is a concern because of those remaining 144 airport employees, about 76 are expected to retire in the next 3 to 5 years. That's 53% of our staff. And while the bigger picture is important and creates awareness of where we are today and some of the things that we need to do in the next 3 to 5 years, there are a few immediate concerns that we bring to you today. And the first of those is primarily within our operations division, which you heard a little bit about earlier today. There are just a few other areas in the country where there are medium and large hub airports next door to each other, like we have with San Francisco, Oakland, and San Jose. The staff that we're addressing in our first action are specifically trained in aviation and are typically recruited from airports across the country. They're very mobile people, and they focus their careers on the aviation industry. Our current situation is that both San Francisco and Oakland are paying significantly more for comparable positions, and we are losing staff at significant numbers to both San Francisco and Oakland. The impacts are that we've had some major turnover in our operations area. In one specific position, the senior operations specialist position, our turnover rate is about 57% right now. We have a great loss of experience, expertise, and institutional knowledge. This is a position that requires about 4 to 6 months to become fully trained as they transition into San Jose. The airport now has some critical staffing needs in those key operational positions. These positions that we're requesting will provide additional training and supervisory capacity. They'll align staffing and classification with critical functions. They will get us to our staffing levels that we need, and then will greatly reduce reliance on the overtime and address staffing burnout issues. We've got people working 2 and 3 shifts at a time. Although the additional positions will help us get through this critical staffing needs right now, it doesn't fully address all of our concerns at the airport, and we are currently working with HR and OER to look at critical classifications and pay recommendations related to positions at the airport that are impacted by this competitive nature of the surrounding airports. And we hope to be back with some more thoughts and ideas in the March or April timeframe. Finally, to address the needs to generate revenue at the airport and look for new business opportunities, we're recommending the creation of a business development unit. These changes will provide an opportunity to generate revenue and provide in-house revenue generation expertise, provide an approach to creating revenue generation opportunities, and also will enhance our air service development opportunities. These combined actions today create 4 total new positions for the airport and create specific positions for air service development. The changes will address our most critical and significant staffing and business needs right now, and also give us the space that we need to address other operational concerns at a future date. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I had a couple of comments before we get into questions. First, these are very important steps to take to ensure the airport is successful. Anybody who's been there knows it's pretty obvious. It's a great airport. It's convenient, it's comfortable, it's safe, and it's very efficient for airlines who operate there. But we need a lot more passengers, a lot more traffic to help us pay for the debt service that's coming due. And we know we need to increase the traffic a lot. That's one thing we can do. The other thing we can do is to get more money out of what we're already doing. And the business development unit is focused on doing that. Because beyond increasing traffic and getting more money out of our existing resources, we're down to a very limited number of options to help us cope with the rising debt service as we begin to pay for the construction debt. Outsourcing the police officers, outsourcing the firefighters, that's not something we want to do, but that's one of the few things left that we haven't wanted to do, but we might be forced to do. The West Side development seems to be moving along. We're on a course, hopefully, to get something done there. You'll be back to the council pretty soon. That's a source of revenues. But this business development unit is an opportunity, I think, to help us in some regards. Plus, we have to deal with these staffing issues to be able to run the airport to keep our customers and our airlines and everybody coming back once we get the flights. So I'm certainly supportive of the staff's recommendations and appreciate the investment of time, effort, and energy this council has put into the airport. Our airport competitiveness policies that the council have adopted are working. We're able to control the cost. That's very important to our airlines in order to continue to use the airport, which is absolutely important to us. Councilmember KHAMIS.
I had a quick question regarding increasing revenues. What kind of ideas are you talking about as far as increasing revenue? I understand adding airlines is a priority, but are you I haven't noticed fast food restaurants in there right now. Is that something you're entertaining about increasing? I'm not, it's getting a little vague for me about what are the ideas about increasing revenues?
Thank you very much. One of the reasons that we need to bring somebody in with this kind of expertise is to take a fresh look at what the airport has done and bring us these new ideas. It could be anywhere from the concessions and looking at the program that we have in place there. We do have a few vacant locations at the airport to bring in new ideas, to look at the way we operate our parking lots, to bringing new amenities to customers, to bring them into the airport, to look at undeveloped or looking at the land at the southeast end of the airport to see what we could do to increase the revenue generation there, and to work with the airlines on the air service part of it. So it is a combination of things, and then also to look internally at some of the methods and procedures that we use now to see if we can streamline and create efficiencies internally as well.
Any other questions? I have no requests to speak on this matter. We need a motion. We have a motion to approve the recommendation. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Taking us to our next item, 3.5, actions related to development services, staffing, and equipment needs. We'll hear from our Joe Horvatal, Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Today's action is similar to one that the Council took a year ago in adding additional staffing and development services. We are fortunate that the economy is strengthening here in the Valley, and that we are seeing that workload in our part of the business, and so we are desperately trying to keep up with the workload that is coming forward. Part of that is hiring staff, which we are aggressively doing right now, but these are some short-term positions to add into our mostly building functions, though there are a position in fire and public works to keep up with the demand that is occurring there. And so staff is prepared to answer questions related to the purposes of the staff. We would be also coming forward through the budget process through the normal cycle in June to look at how we are doing both performance and staffing.
Thank you. In rough numbers, I'd say we have about $1 billion under construction in North San Jose, about $1 billion in the permitting process, and I think there's probably another $1 billion that would like to get into the permitting process. That's a lot of work, and staff has done a great job managing that workflow as it's come in, but it's coming in faster, and that's good. It's good for the economy and good for our revenues, but we need to have the staff to be able to manage it. We've made a lot of commitments to our constituents about working at the speed of business, and it takes people to do that. Our staff has done a great job, tremendous accomplishments, many, many success stories, and we want to keep it up so that we get the tax revenues that comes out of that development from all those projects. So I support these recommendations. I want to thank staff for the work that they've done. I know sometimes you're running really fast to stay up with the workload, and we appreciate that. Councilor LICCARDO.
Thanks, Mayor. Rick, what can we do to unchain development services from having to come back to council? Can we pass a permanent appropriation ordinance that gives the city manager signature ability to do what they need to do to hire at a pace that's appropriate? Because I know this is slowing down the system, and we've got folks to serve.
I'll take the first cut at it, and then
You're the department head. So
yeah. So we have the ability today, and we take advantage of it, to add overstrength positions. You've delegated that authority to the city manager, and as we have revenues that are coming in, the budget office allows us to do that. We have a number of those positions moving forward. The challenging piece is permanent positions, and why that's important is we're trying to attract people to come to work for us from the outside. They aren't going to come for a position that is good for 6 months. So that's why we ask for the permanent positions.
Yeah, and I'd like to be able to see the decisions about adding staff in the city manager's hands when we have to be that responsive.
Well, I think from a budgetary standpoint, and historically, when they fund, when you add a position, a permanent position, it is included in the budget. And we've gone, in some cases, to unfunded positions in certain parts of the city as part of the budget process, but it really is more of a budgetary issue. There's nothing legally that prohibits you from creating permanent positions and just not funding them until there's a point in time where that appropriation or that money is available to do that. But I really think that's more of a city manager budget issue than it is a legal issue.
I think what we could do, and I'd like to have the benefit of talking to Jennifer, we're trying to be highly accountable to the council, and maybe we bring you a recommendation to authorize adding permanent positions not to exceed X, so that we get the appropriate budgetary control.
Yeah, I guess it seems to me that every year we pass a budget, we could include something in whatever we pass. It says, if you need to hire an additional inspector, you're not going to come check in with us. You're going to do it.
And I think that we could probably roll something into this year's budget that would, be very clear about what the parameters would be.
We actually did that last year, and as a part of this year, put a couple extra in. We kind of made sure we had enough reserves to cover those, and the agreement I had with Jennifer was we would not fill those positions unless we saw the workload there. So it was kind of on the shelf. What we're seeing is that it's ramping up even faster than where we had guessed that that margin might be. So it is something that Jennifer's worked with us on doing. As we come back in June for our regular budget, that's a discussion that we'll go through and again say, do we need to add a 10% margin or something that, we've got the dollars in reserve so it meets the test of the charter of how we budget, but gives a little bit more flexibility with it.
Okay.
So we would appreciate that flexibility. It could be very helpful to us.
Okay. Is there a motion on the floor already?
There's not.
Okay. I guess I'd like to make a motion to approve with the additional recommendation that we return in the budget process to permit additional authorization for flexibility for hiring in the subsequent fiscal year without explicit council authorization.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
And if I could just add, Joe, I'm thrilled to hear that the demand is that great. What worries me is that if the demand's that great and we're not hiring, then the difference between expectations and reality in terms of service are even greater because we don't have people on board.
Yeah, we're just in a full-time hiring mode right now. So it's a good problem to have.
Councilmember Rocha?
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple questions, but now I have a couple more raised. I'm comfortable generally with the direction, but I'm a little uncomfortable with the wide range of latitude that the motion, the manager spoke to a scope of when that would be applied, and I didn't get that sense in your motion. It was just whenever. And I've fiduciary responsibility here for me in the budget, and knowing when there's going to be changes, whether it's $1 million or a little bit, I'd still feel it's my job to know that. And I just felt that the motion was a bit too broad.
This is not a budget decision. So.
I know that,
okay.
But that direction seemed to sound like a budget.
Well, yeah, if I could clarify, I expect whatever language that we're going to be approving that will authorize this will come to us in June. So we'll have lots of time to parse the language at that point.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I had a question on as far as your experience as the department head, do you see the tide stemming a little bit in terms of folks leaving or coming or going? What's the trend that you're seeing currently? We've had this conversation with the different department heads from PD to ESD to airport, and I have the opportunity to ask you that question if you don't mind.
I think the big rush, kind of happened last year because there were a number of people that had been able to retire, had moved on. I think what we're seeing right now, it's not at a kind of significant pace, but it is one that kind of concern is really at the middle management level, or kind of the people have been with the city for 15 years, 20 years. It has a lot of institutional knowledge. That those are the ones that other cities are now starting to hunt at, and I think that's the trend we're seeing right now is the loss at that skill level. So, our turnover is about 10%. It's not significantly higher than I think what others are seeing, but we are facing the challenge that while we got turnover that's going on with that, we're also trying to ramp up the workforce to actually deliver services. So it's a double whammy of trying to hire enough people in a marketplace that for a lot of the services we're hiring for are very constrained. Building inspectors are now getting tight in the marketplace, especially the electrical. You've heard me talk about, I think right now we're good there, but engineering is now getting tight to find people that know how to do structural plan review. And we're just starting to go out for some mid-level planning type professionals that we have not done that in probably 10 years. And so I'm kind of curious to see what that's going to look like, both internal of who we have that's kind of left that would be good for those positions, and then any other from outside agencies, which certainly we always like to get.
You mentioned the rate is different from last year to this year, and the 10% you quoted was currently or last year's?
I think right now we're kind of running at about a 10% turnover. Is that
what
we
was the peak
turned
that
over
you were
about
talking
20? I think the number out of the Sharon Erickson's report is we were like 25% turnover. We were one of the highest departments to turnover in the last 2 years. So I think that was just, we had a reflection of a number of building inspectors who are second career people. So they were all 55, and so there was an opportunity for them to retire at that point. So we lost a number because of that. So it's just a function of our different workforce. They come to us at different parts in their careers.
I'm sure just like any other position, there's an investment in training these employees to get to a point where they're able to operate on their own. What's that time frame? And we've heard the discussion for PD side and academies, but what does that mean for you?
On the short side, it's probably 3 or 4 months, and for some of the positions, it's literally a year that we really are working with them before we totally kick them out on their own. It's just reflecting that, especially things like building inspectors, they are out in the field on their own, and we really want to make sure they're reflecting our values about how to do their work. And that's just more than book smart piece, so there's more time with that. The types of things that we deal with, there is, as the mayor said, we got $1 billion of really complex projects. That's not the regular stuff. So the sophistication of the people we're looking for is we're trying to get people to really understand those projects. Then a lot of cities are a once-in-career project. Here it's a once-a-year project. So it is tougher from that end to just train, and that's why you'll see in these positions there's more supervisor-type positions in here, because as we've turned staff over, we're running just continual type academies and mentoring and training for the new staff that's coming in. At the same time, we're starting to lose those middle career, the supervisors and managers that are the ones that do that work. They're changing out, so I'm having people that are straight into that job, kind of what Kim was talking about. That I think is going to be our biggest challenge citywide, and so just of how we kind of watch for that. And in some ways, that's where I think where Councilmember LICCARDO is going, is how do we staff up anticipating where some of these things happen. We're staffing up a little bit in some of the supervisory that otherwise we might not normally do, to put a little bit extra bandwidth there, recognizing we're going to need to spend time with new people. Plus, we're going to have probably more turnover in that group of our employees across the organization. So let's start bringing some new people in to start replacing them and not react after the fact, but anticipate it and be ready for it.
So as far as our interest in getting new employees and qualified employees, just changing classifications or salaries today on a Tuesday, is that enough? Or, I mean, is there a component of this, and I'm assuming there probably is, and not your role, the HR side of it, where we're the ones outreaching other jurisdictions and looking for qualified staff, not vice versa? And if we don't do that effort, then us changing the qualification and just the salary range on the online posting, do you feel that's going to get us the type of staff that you're interested in? It's kind of a loaded HR question, but it's my last question, I promise.
We are looking at the qualifications for each of the positions we recruit for to make sure that what we're looking for we really need. That in the past, I think we had the great luxury of a lot of really skilled people coming to San Jose, that there were really more people applying than we had seats for. So now we're really making sure of every position we're recruiting for that it's the right skill set we're looking for. And if there's a reason to maybe trade down, is probably not the best way to say it, but I'll use the example of structural analysis. We have a lot of people that are really skilled at doing major structural review, but most of the business we do is single-family houses. Having people that know how to do major structural review is really helpful from a flexibility standpoint, but it does make it harder for us to find enough people to fill all those spots. So now we're actually looking at bringing more journeyman-level engineer staff into us because it's easier to recruit for that. It allows us to have them work on the less sophisticated projects. It allows us to start training them, mentoring them so that they can progress up into those more sophisticated ones. But it means we have to spend more time on training them. In the past, we depended on other agencies to do that. In the world of planning, we've been the academy that trained the other agencies, but that's been for 15 years that way. But we deliver a service. We figured out how to do it that way, and it works for us. We're just having to match to what we need to who we can compete for and find enough that we can compete for.
Thank you.
City Manager.
And council member, to your point, we are going to be using recruiters for those harder to fill or more highly specialized job classes. And so, for example, development services, we're out now for an RFP to have this short list of additional support because we're not as fully staffed in HR, as we all know, as we would like. And so there'll be some extra help to really target the outreach and get the skill sets in the door that Joe and other members of the development services team really need.
And the last piece around that, you had mentioned classification work. The consultant capacity that we're bringing in, as well as the HR staff, we do want to go through and look at some of our positions to make sure we have the right classifications and how that matches up to some of our competition. If there are some places that we're out of kind of whack with the market, we are going to go look at that. But right now, our real focus is on just trying to get positions filled with the right people. And as that consulting help comes on board, it'll give us a little latitude to do that work. And I think that was part of the proposal, was $20,000 to help with contractual capacity with our hiring.
I have one request from the public to speak on this item. We'll take that now. Gavin Leonard.
Thank you very much for taking the time to hear me. I'm speaking to you about Section 3.5A1, which is an increase in revenue of over $1 million from the permit revenue for the city. A large portion of this is going to come from the renewal of private property towing permits. As you are aware, I'm sure, the city of San Jose requires property owners now to renew their towing permits every 2 years. Unfortunately, however, the city decided to move forward this year with expiring large blocks of previously grandfathered properties so that their tow permits are no longer valid. They are doing this without providing a grace period for renewal. This presents a large health and safety hazard to the citizens of San Jose. Private property towing is an essential function for health and safety because it allows property owners to remove vehicles that are parked in fire lanes, blocking fire hydrants, blocking handicap zones, as well as abandoned and stolen vehicles from private properties, which compose a large section of apartment complexes and homeowners associations in the city. If the city expires private property tow permits without providing a grace period for renewal, then property owners and property managers will no longer be able to remove wrongfully parked vehicles for extended periods of time. Currently, the San Jose Police Department Permits Unit has one officer assigned to providing tow permit inspections. If that department is given blocks of hundreds upon hundreds of expired towing permits, then he will be overwhelmed and he will be unable to keep up with the demand of the public. If that happens, wrongfully parked vehicles will remain on properties, and the health and safety of the citizens who live in those communities will be hindered.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
That concludes the public testimony on this item. Staff, did you have anything to add? Do you want to comment on a towing permit? Do we have to have police officers doing towing inspections?
That's why I was just talking with the assistant city manager. We'll talk with the police permits unit about that issue because that was not part of today's action. So we'll go see what's going on with that.
Okay. And I see Assistant City Manager Echikata's leaped into action here already as well. We have a motion on this one to approve. Councilmember Liccardo made the motion earlier. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That is approved. We'll move now to item 3.6, our annual summary of upcoming labor negotiations. I think Alex Gerza from our Office of Employee Relations will lead, or City Manager will lead, and we'll find out in a minute.
Actually, I'll open it up as Alex and Gerza and Jennifer Chambry are getting seated. Pursuant to the public information provisions of the Sunshine Reform Task Force Phase 1 report approved by the City Council in August of 2007, we are here today to present our annual summary of labor negotiations for the upcoming year. The purpose of this summary is to provide an opportunity for the public to be informed about the city's labor negotiations, before the city commences negotiations and to provide the City Council with input before the negotiations begin. This year, we will be in negotiations with all 11 of our bargaining units. Direction for those negotiations will be received in closed session, as is typically done. However, I do want to make sure that everyone knows that when making recommendations to the Council for direction, that we will be cognizant of a few factors. We realize the cumulative impact of the difficult sacrifices that have been made by city employees and the effect these sacrifices have had on our employees and the community that they serve. We will also be mindful of the needs of the workforce for stability and clarity regarding the paths that the city will take. And with that, I believe I'm now turning over to Jennifer Shembry for a brief presentation.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Shembry, Deputy Director of Employee Relations. As the City Manager indicated, we are here to present our annual summary of labor negotiations. Just as a reminder, we have 11 bargaining units representing 5,200 full-time equivalent employees. And in the upcoming year, we will be in negotiations with all 11 of those bargaining units. As this chart shows, we have 4 contracts that expired in 2011, 1 that expired in 2012, and the rest that will expire June 30th, 2013. I did want to note here that in the memo, the annual summary of labor negotiations on page 4, there is a chart that shows the status of some of the items that we've been trying to achieve in the last couple of years. And we are currently in negotiations with the Association of Legal Professionals as their contract expired June 30th, 2012. And we've since reached tentative agreements with them on a few of those items. Those tentative agreements are not final and binding until ratified by the membership and approved by the City Council, but we did want to note that.
Good afternoon, Alex Scherz. I did want to go over this chart as a key issue in our compensation costs is retirement costs, and the retirement boards are currently in progress of approving the rates for the next upcoming fiscal year. So we wanted to provide you at least with the rates. The retirement boards and their actuaries develop the annual required contribution in an amount of dollars that is required to be contributed, and they translate those dollars into rates that achieve the necessary contributions. And so I want to point out that in the federated system, the contribution rates for Tier 1 total are almost 57% of pay, and then you can see how those contributions are split between the city and employees, approximately 51% paid by the city and 6% by employees. And then you see the projected contributions for retiree health care, which is an additional 22.67%, which almost reaches 80% of payroll total. And then you can see how those contributions are split between the city and employees. I did want to note on retiree health care that we had anticipated a much, much higher contribution rate, total of almost 30%. Some good news there is that the unfunded or the actuarial liability went down by approximately $200 million in the federated retiree healthcare system, almost exclusively because of the healthcare plan changes that were put into effect recently. On police and fire, they have only completed the valuation for pension, not on the retiree healthcare side, but you can see the contribution rates there are significantly higher than in federated. The pension by itself is almost 82% of pay. And you can see the split between the city and employees. I did want to point out that the contribution rates are made up of 2 primary components. There are many others. One is what's called the normal cost, or the cost for every year of service moving forward, and the other is amortizing the unfunded liability. And often we get asked about how much is the unfunded liability attributed to me as an individual employee, and that is not the way the system works. The the cost of a retirement system and a defined benefit program is a composite across all employees, and the unfunded liability is made up of unfunded liabilities from the past, both attributable to the current workforce and also retirees as well. So I just wanted to point that out. Once we receive updated information on the retiree health care contributions for police and fire, we will be updating the City Council.
And this is also another chart that you've seen before, and this is our total compensation pie chart. And this is for fiscal year 2012-2013. And the largest portion of that is in base payroll, but a very significant portion of that is in retirement benefits. And this just highlights one of the challenges we've been facing in the percentage of total compensation that goes towards retirement benefits. So our next steps is to receive labor negotiations direction in closed session, as is typically done, and we'll continue and start bargaining with the 11 bargaining units. And we ask for the council to accept our report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. City Manager, anything to add?
Nothing at this time, Mayor.
I have one question on your report, and that is it posted, the slides that you've got, are you going to post those? Have they been posted, et cetera?
They have not been posted yet, but we will post them.
Okay, so you'll post them with this agenda item. Is that where you would put them if somebody wants to see these?
We can do both. We typically post them on the Employee Relations website, but we can also work with the clerk's office.
Yeah, if we could get them posted with this agenda item, that'll be easier for people. At least some people will be able to find them there more easily. I have a couple of requests from the public to speak. I'd like to take testimony now. Vera Todoroff and Laverne, Washington.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Vera Todoroff, representing the Association of Legal Professionals. The reason I'm here today is to reiterate what we sent you in our January 23rd communication. It was addressed to the City Manager and copied to the City Council. In that, we believe that the annual reports that have been given, this is one of the last few that have been given to the Council and to the public, really don't represent or provide useful information in terms of employee costs and employee-related costs. That they're not useful for the public. They are not useful in labor negotiations either. The primary reason is the manner in which the average cost per employee is calculated. What happens is that the city takes all of its labor-related liabilities and apportions them according to all current employees. And that is not reflective of what actual current employees are costing the city. So it's larding all the costs of labor liabilities past and present onto current employees. What you've heard today is you've heard that the airport has huge attrition. You've heard that development services has attrition. You've heard WEPI-CP has had attrition in past meetings. You've heard police have had attrition. Our office certainly has as well. The city attorney's office has, of experienced employees. One of the reasons is that when we go into negotiations, when you tell the public that we have received a 60.7% increase in compensation over the last 10 years, it says the average cost per employee has increased by that much. That certainly is not reflected in our pay. It certainly is not acknowledging all of the costs, cost cutting that city employees have had to suffer over the past few years. And so it lards all of the past liabilities onto current employees. I think a more meaningful discussion with the public and a more important discussion, one that really relates to how much do we as current employees cost the city, would be far more valuable. We make suggestions on how to do that. This is merely a manner of...
Your time is up.
It's a manner of accounting that isn't relevant.
Laverne, Washington is our next speaker.
I am flabbergasted at the city manager's disingenuous intent to give every manager working in the city of San Jose a retroactive 2% increase in salary or a one-time bonus, while the remainder of the city staff are told in negotiations that any economic issues will have to wait for the budget process, and we should keep in mind that the city is still operating with a large deficit before we make any proposals. Our city manager justifies her actions by claiming managers don't receive step increases, some don't have contracts and are underrepresented. Quiet as it's kept, the majority of city employees are already at top step and we don't have contracts, and even when we did, They were treated as if it wasn't worth the paper they were written on. As if to add insult to injury, in anticipation of and during the city's fiscal crisis, the city manager promoted management staff with associated pay increases. While our city manager schemes to increase managers' salaries, you are claiming there is a $22 million deficit in fiscal year 13-14 and exponentially increasing unfunded liabilities to our retirement plans, which 2% raises and bonuses for the top 1,000 employees of the highest paid city employees will only increase the deficit and make the unfunded liability worse. In the meantime, those of us who perform direct services to the residents have been laid off in record numbers and required to increase our workloads accordingly, so the services to our residents don't suffer. City staff has taken at least a 10% decrease in wages, but we are still expected to do more with less. This city has an employee morale problem and a problem retaining and recruiting the best and the brightest for direct service positions. It appears San Jose is operating with a Wall Street.com mentality: increase executive compensation while cutting staff and employee pay. Your rank and file employees justifiably feel as if they are being treated like pack animals, required to do all the heavy lifting for a load they didn't create. Rank and file employees don't trust the city manager to be open, forthcoming, and provide full disclosure in the negotiation process, and neither do I or my union.
That concludes the public testimony. Back to the staff, city manager.
Well, unfortunately, I'm put in a position of having to respond to that claim. So let me, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, set the record straight with a few facts. First of all, the employees in groups Unit 99, AEA, AMSP, and CAMP, 80% of which are represented bargaining units and about 20% unrepresented, fall under a management performance program. This means that they do not receive automatic step increases and only receive pay based on performance, unless, of course, there's a general wage increase which would apply to them, and that hasn't happened for any of our employees for quite some time. Now, our other non-management bargaining units have been receiving automatic step increases for those not at the top step, or for the year that some of them agreed to freeze step increases, which was back in 2010-11, and we were very, very appreciative of that move at the time. But actually, since 07-08, the Management Pay for Performance program has not been funded at my request of council. During those years, there were automatic step increases for those not at the top of either 5% or 2.5%, and some of our bargaining units during that period agreed to change their steps from 5% to 2.5%. And again, we were greatly appreciative of that. And there are still 5% increments for police and fire. As I said, MPP related increases have not been funded at my direction since 07-08. In this year's budget, an up to 2% was authorized by the City Council, and so that funding was included, and I'll get to the amount in a minute. Let me say that if a significant number of our bargaining units, our employees, they're all in systems because of their classifications that have different ways of moving through the pay grades. And if during bargaining any of our units would like to discuss changes to how one moves through the steps, what happens when you top out, which I understand can cause an employee to feel trapped, we should talk about it at the bargaining table. But I am very concerned about using the MPP process, which is now funded in the budget this year, as a way to get at this issue. Let me just say that over the last 3 years, $6.6 million of the general fund was allocated for step increases. $758,000 in the current year is allocated for the MPP process. Again, the first time since 07-08. So with that, Mayor, that's the only thing I wanted to say. And again, I really think that as we move forward, working with each bargaining unit, if there's dissatisfaction of the way their systems are set up to move through pay, then we should talk about that and satisfy that issue at the bargaining table.
Thank you, City Manager. I'd just like to point out that this council has on more than one occasion directed the city manager and the staff to work towards performance pay for all of our employees. We've had numerous discussions about what it's going to take to get there, but the idea of performance pay is something that council has supported, and we continue to want to do that. Of course, we do have meet and confer and all the usual negotiating obligations and 11 bargaining units to work through, so it's not a simple, straightforward, but the council has given the manager direction to work on that, and of course did approve the management performance pay item in this year's budget. Alex Gerza?
Yes, Mayor. Just wanted to briefly explain the slide we put up as the city manager was describing. This actually demonstrates the program that the city manager was discussing. First of all our bargaining units and even all our unrepresented employees in the city council took a 10% reduction in total compensation. For MEF and CEO, in addition to that, was the rollback of a 2% increase they had received in the previous year. The next column shows who is on what we call a step structure. So for those that are unfamiliar, we have for every classification, we have a bottom of the range and a top of the range. And for those who are on steps, there are increments in between the bottom and the top. Police and fire are 5% between every step, and the other non-management bargaining are 2.5%. And the key issue is the city manager was discussing is how do you move between those steps? So for all the non-management groups that have step structures, with the exception of the building inspectors, move automatically. And so by order of time, every year they move from one step to the next. The building inspectors have a provision in their contract to say they have to receive at least a meet standard or satisfactory performance appraisal. The ones at the bottom are the ones that the city manager was discussing that are on the management performance program where they have no steps. They have a bottom of the range and a top of the range, but any movement in there it has to be by performance. So I just wanted to explain what this chart was reflecting.
Councilor Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. I had a question related to another item that's not part of the report, but it's related to the issue of labor relations. And that was a memo that I had introduced to the Rules Committee back in December about the retirees and our recognition of the lack of their representation and how we interact with the retirees. As part of the Rules Committee, and I appreciate them accepting it and referring to staff, what I wasn't clear on was when we expect to have a response to that referral.
Yes, Councilor Rocha, it is definitely on our work plan. I don't have an exact date for you when we'll be back, but it clearly will update the council as to when we'll be back. But we do want to be clear that we didn't wait for that process because there is a proposal that the council has authorized us to make related to Federated. We did invite the Federated Retirees Association to meet with us, and they did do that, and we've opened up a dialogue with them. We hope to be doing that with the Police and Fire Retirees Association as well. So we don't want to delay the communication with our Retirees Association pending the process. But we will get back to you and the council about when we expect to come back with a recommendation on a more formal process.
Okay, that's the last part you just mentioned was though we have on occasion in the past done that, a more formal process where we can point to that when issues are raised with the council or yourself from those folks that they feel that they're not being heard or listened to, or have an opportunity outside of their 2 minutes here to really weigh in a substantial way outside of, again, 2 minutes. That doesn't really allow for them a great deal of opportunity. So as far as our current issues that we're dealing with, there's one that's probably pretty critical to them, and that's the retiree health care. So given that you just said you're not sure when you'll get back, but we may be dealing with that in the near future, so that's why it's even more important for us to kind of get whether it's formal or informal at this point, get some assurances to them that we're going to engage in that discussion on a real level.
Yes, absolutely, and that is why, because the most pressing issue on retiree health care is for Federated, because of the particular agreements we've had with our bargaining units about starting to pay the full annual required contribution. So that is why we move forward first with them to engage them. We had a discussion about the city's proposal. And again, we're going to continue to meet with them. It's clearly as important to meet with the Police and Fire Retirees Association as well, but the reason we started with Federated was because of that particular issue related to retiree health care.
Thank you.
I think we're done. We need a motion to accept the report and the public input. Motion is to accept the report. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Report is accepted. Item 4.1 is our next item. That's a rezoning of property at southwest corner of West San Carlos and Royal.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. I have no requests from the public to speak on this item. So on that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Item 9.1 is a transfer of housing assets to the successor to the redevelopment agency.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Again, no requests from the public to speak. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. So that is approved, taking us to the last action item on the agenda, which is item 4.2, actions related to the adoption of Santa Clara Valley Habitat Conservation Plan and the Natural Community Conservation Plan, which we noticed to be heard last, which is where we are now. I'd like to start on that while the staff is getting in place to disclosing that during this process, preparation of this meeting, I or my staff met with representatives of the San Jose Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce, the Building Industry Association, the South County Business Council, NAOP, the Greenbelt Alliance, Audubon Society, Ellis Partners, Low Enterprises, Mission West Properties, Morley Brothers, Salcedo Company, and development interests on Communications Hill. As part of that, this is a return visit from direction that we gave the staff back in October. I had extensively made comments in October and in the previous meeting in September about my concerns and issues, and they're outlined in an October 10th memo. I'm not going to go into those. I just want to thank the staff for all of the work that they've done since the council held these hearings, not just the staff, but our partners in this, the resource agencies that are working with us, because I think we have brought this plan to a point where we can adopt it, and we can adopt it today and begin the process of moving forward to implement it. I know it's taken a lot of work, over 8 years or so, I guess, and but it's going to last 50 years. I guess investing 8 years to get a 50-year return probably makes some sense. One of the great things about living in this area is we get to be in Silicon Valley, a world center of innovation. And as you know, we're happy to brag about being the capital of Silicon Valley. And one of the strengths of this region is the fact that we have a healthy economy and a healthy environment. And those two are intertwined. We can't have one without the other, and it's really important that we maintain our environment while we continue to grow our economy. And that's been reflected in the purposes as set out for the Habitat Conservation Plan. And it's one of the things that we can all be proud of, is that we're figuring out a way to do that. And I think we've reached the point today where we've got very broad support for the Habitat Conservation Plan. We've got environmental interests as well as development interests that are supportive of where we're headed. And I think that's an important accomplishment because this is a very big deal, protecting our endangered species, preserving habitat in a way that will be helpful to our economy. I had laid out a memorandum identifying some changes that I think need to be made to the documents, incorporating basically what we've heard in our testimony and staff reports over the last few months about things that were going to happen, are happening. And I'm pleased to see that we've made a lot of progress, and there really are a great many things going on to help us get into a place where we can implement this plan. And so I want to just explain a little bit of why I want to have this in the documentation. As I mentioned, it's a 50-year plan. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, pick your point, most of us will be gone. Those of us who worked on it will have moved on. Those of us who have voted on it will be moved on. And that's why it needs to be in the documents, that it's clear what we're trying to do, that the commitments that people have made, that we've made to each other with our partners and the agencies, that we all know what those commitments are, so that our future councils or future staffers don't have to try to figure out what it is we were trying to do. And so I've made a series of recommendations that I think are important, and I think it will make it clear what we're trying to do, bring more certainty to the process, which was a request that we heard from many with development interests, and allow us to have a habitat conservation plan to protect a lot of endangered species. So with that, I'd like to see if the staff had any additional comments they wanted to add. There was a supplemental staff report that came out, and a couple of things that I had mentioned in my memo are already taken care of. Good work, staff. That's quick. Appreciate that. And the rest I know can be done on a timeline that allows us to approve the plan today. Today's a day we can do that. I urge my colleagues to support it. We can move ahead with these changes. It'll be a strong plan, a good plan that will have broad public support. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joe Horvath.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I got all choked up there. Timing everything. Thank you. The staff report that we did put out, I do apologize for its length of 40 pages, but we really wanted to make sure that when staff came back to the council, that we were able to answer the questions with detail of the issues. We really wanted to make sure that we had turned over the rocks. I think the work over the last couple of months is kind of analogous to buying a house, and there's the emotional excitement of buying the home, but you always want to make sure that when you're signing that 30-year mortgage that you're really buying the right house. And so I think the work over the last couple of months have been really working through the issues and making sure that it works for both sides of the equation, an economically competitive city and an environmentally sustainable city. And it really is the work of Andrew and Vera here, as well as Ken Schreiber and Catherine Gaffney, the Water District staff, the county staff. We've asked a lot of them over the last month or so to pull this together. I think the important piece here is that in moving forward with the plan, there are some things that we still need to work through, as you have in your mayor. Thank you. The memo from the mayor lays out some work for us to do to finalize some last pieces. In the item 1, we really look at those are things that are probably going to happen through the MOU between the agreement, the partners agencies. It will require us to go back to those different agencies and have them readopt the MOU. So there is work involved with that. There's a little bit of angst involved with that. But I think if you look at the things that are in there that we're asking to be included are not changes to the HCP. It's recognizing as you say, the commitments of why we're doing the HCP, and to make sure that over time that sustains itself. Item 2 in the memo, those are things that are going to change or asked to be changed during the first year. So I do want to clarify with you, Mr. Mayor, that in the approval action, it recognizes that item 2 will actually occur following the adoption of the plan, that we would go and actually rewrite those through the formal HCP process. And then on item 3, absolutely recognize the importance of making sure the community, that's both the development and the environmental community, have confidence about how the plan is implemented, and that the templates, the checklist, all those things that we're going to use to make this come alive with every agency, that happens soon enough before the plan. Originally we were thinking 30 days. So with this, we're showing it as 90 days, and I would clarify prior to the effective date of the plan. Since most of the other agencies have ordinances already that are effective. So I want to clarify of how this is moving forward. And so we would be that operative date, which we're anticipating this summer. So we are on a sprint already to go and catch up with that. And then lastly, on the economic study, the note on number 4, that acknowledging that there are some land price consequences as a part of doing any action like this, and that we would go back to the economic analysis and add probably a paragraph or 2 that acknowledges that there are, in the short term, some land values and development projects. There will be some re-equalization that will occur with that. That will be cleaned up in a much more direct conversation within that economic analysis. It's recognizing that the EIR, the
Council has already certified that with all of the different agencies have certified the ER, so it is kind of, that is a moment in time. But the economic analysis that will live on with this study, we do think is an appropriate place for that. So staff is asking Council to adopt the plan and here for questions with no presentation today.
Thank you. Let me just respond to a couple questions about my recommendations. So in paragraph 2, modify the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Plan within the first year of adoption as well as this is the year after adoption.
Correct.
So it obviously takes some time to do this, but
right.
We need to get it done. And that, what I'm asking for there is just clarity.
Exactly. It's there in the plan, but the questions have been asked, and we've had that from some of other developers of how it really applies. We think there is some clarification, so that we're already working on some wording around that.
All right. And then the item 3, back to the issue of clarity again. One of the benefits of having the plan is people know what the rules are and they can move ahead. And there was a lot of angst in the development side about, well, we're getting new forms, we're getting new checklists, we're getting all this stuff. We haven't seen it, we're not going to see it, and we're going to be surprised. So what we'll do is we'll have that done before anybody has to worry about being surprised, I believe. And so we're working to get that 90 days prior to the effective date of the plan.
And Mayor, if I could clarify, the effective date of the ordinance and the plan will be for San Jose 30 days after you adopt that, if you adopt it today. However, what will happen, or excuse me, prior to, after the final date of adoption. But anyway, I wanted to say though, the operative date of the plan is actually when we have permit issuance by the wildlife agency. So the operative date is defined differently in our adopting ordinances. So really it would be before the operative date. We can't do anything prior to the operative date.
Right, and that's really the date I was trying to peg it to.
That's what I wanted to clarify that,
right,
though. So it should be operative date rather than effective date.
All right, so 90 days prior to the operative date. Effective date of the operative date of the plan. Right, all right. And then on the economic impact analysis, we're not going to change the EIR. We did that. I just want the record to reflect that we realize there are some differential, fees here, and they do have an impact, but they're all going to get balanced out. And what we've done and what we're doing and committed to doing will make sure that we're not at a huge competitive disadvantage, so we don't have to worry about that shift. And how we reflect that, it just needs to be part of the record so that if we have to defend our work, we have the documents and the record. So you're saying we'll just add something to the economic impact analysis?
Right. We were going to do some additional clarification in that report already, so this is it's a logical time and place to take care of that at the same time.
Okay, so we won't have to modify the EIR.
Correct.
All right. And then I had one other question on number 5, and that is on the urban villages with regard to the nitrogen deposition fee. I know that Councilmember LICCARDO had a question on the scope of that, since we have a lot of urban villages and they're not totally defined in our general plan necessarily, that maybe we need to be a little more precise. I don't know that today is the day to do that, but when would we scope that out as to what urban villages would be affected by this?
So one of the actions with this would be coming back through the budget process in June and putting a budget there, and at the same time doing the necessary ordinances that would define what's in and what's out. In staff's mind, we had proposed all 70 of the urban villages, as well as downtown in the employment lands areas, as the basis for those boundaries.
Okay, but in the budget process, we'll have a chance to look at the 70, decide whether it really
Correct.
is 70 or it is some lesser number.
As well as would bring back a separate action just dealing with that one so that the council has absolute decision on that. So we've put forward a proposal and asking for concurrence with that, and then we'd actually refine it based on discussion today.
All right, I think that I appreciate your recommendations for changes in my recommendations, which I think are good ones. Other comments and questions? Councilmember LICCARDO.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you for all that clarification. Mayor, just to be clear then, in paragraph 4 of your recommendation, the words "and the responses to the comments on the environmental impact report," those should be stricken from the memorandum. That was a question.
I'm sorry, I was bothering you, City Attorney.
No problem, I understand. The words in paragraph 4, after the economic impact analysis where it reads, and the responses to the comments on the EIR, by the tone of your question, I assume those words would be stricken?
Yes, those would, yes.
Okay.
On staff's recommendation. I would agree to strike those words.
Okay, great. Joe, in paragraph 5, again, relating to urban villages, maybe if I could sort of make the point, I know this is something that will come up in June, but it seems to me that not all urban villages are created equal, nor is all infill. And as my recollection from the general plan was that there was an explicit belief that was embraced by the plan task force, and I think ultimately by the council when we approved it, that we had certain priority areas of the city we want to develop sooner, and for the most part, urban villages would be off into a later scenario, a later period of time. What I'm concerned about is the backfill of fees that would essentially give favored status to urban villages that I think we'd all agree are not priority areas for development for the city. And I would certainly be very supportive of seeing urban villages backfilled where they're transit oriented, less so where we know that's not the case. Mm-hmm. Did you want to respond?
Well, my suggestion would be is that if we want to look at a smaller subset, we do that through kind of a separate item related to that. We bring the maps and kind of the criteria of which are the ones that really are transit supportive, which are ones that are just kind of a change of land form and density, and to see how much really the net difference might be in the amount of dollars we're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I just hope that maybe we could bring that up during the budget discussion in June. A question, I guess, for Ken Schreiber. I see him in the audience. And Ken, if you had a moment, I'd just ask if you could grab the mic. Looking at the recommendations in paragraph 2, I understand that the intent by the mayor is to offer clarification, not modification. I just want to be clear in your mind that what is offered here in these paragraphs is clarification and not modification.
Correct. For the record, my name is Ken Schreiber. I'm the program manager for the Santa Clara Valley Habitat Plan. Councilmember LICCARDO is correct. The two items, 2A and 2B, are consistent with the plan, but we've gone back, and I went back again today, and I can see where there's some vagary in the wording, and cleaning that up will be very, very good for the record for, again, 5, 10, 15 years from now. So it does not substantively change the plan.
Okay. Looking specifically at paragraph 2B, and I know you don't have that in front of you, so let me just read the relevant portion. Relates to adding a section in the plan in the specific chapter to make clear that activities on existing developed sites are not subject to the plan unless they add 5,000 square feet or more of new impervious surface. Now, I think I understand the mayor's intent. That is, it's referring to development activities. What I'm concerned about is, if you've got an industrial site and somebody adds a smokestack to it, now you may well have an impact on one of the 18 covered species. You don't have an expansion of 5,000 square feet of impervious surface. Is this in the plan or not?
If it's less than 5,000 square feet, it's not covered by the plan. The plan does not apply to it. The idea of a square footage exemption started out as a smaller number, and when we went through the public review and the framework process and tried to find ways of simplifying the plan and reducing the number of properties that would be impacted by it, this number increased from 2,000 to 5,000. And the feeling was that on a already partially developed site, that 5,000 square feet of expansion, again, unless it would be into a riparian or serpentine area or something like that, but on a conventional site, that area would not trigger the type of impacts that the habitat plan would need to address. So it is just outside the habitat plan. You go, you get your approval, you get your building permit, on you go.
And that was true with or without this language?
And that's true. And when I went back to the wording today, I could see why someone would raise a question, because the wording has a vagary in it that we can clean up very simply with adding about 3 words.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate it.
One more thing on that. If somebody's not covered by the plan and they're having an impact on an endangered species, they still got to deal with that. Right.
The provision on the 5,000 square feet includes the option for the property owner to opt into the plan. So if they have 4,000 square feet, but they have a salamander impact, they can opt into the plan and get the coverage that way. So it's their choice.
Councilman Ricardo's smokestack example, the smokestack is going to have, a direct impact on an endangered species. That's another matter.
That type of thing may trigger environmental review issues that get back into species impacts, et cetera. But again, the habitat plan would be based on the amount of impervious surface that is the expanded impervious surface.
Okay, so there are remedies under the ESA, for instance, for a federal agency to do whatever they do outside the plan.
Certainly, there may be other permits. The habitat plan only addressed the ESA. There are a plethora of other permitting opportunities and challenges for projects.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Schreiber. And then I know one question came up from an advocate in the environmental community, and I just wanted to raise this. There seems to be concern out there about whether or not the other partners are going to be on board to the extent that we extend this process. I've heard concerns about the Water District, about Morgan Hill in particular. Are we confident we've checked in and everybody's okay with this direction? Because I know right now we have something of a fragile coalition. I know we would be the last of that coalition, and I'd hate to disrupt it, and I just want to be confident that moving forward, we're not going to lose it.
Councilman Ricardo, I think the items that are in Section 1 of the memo that we would be going back to each of the other agencies. So it's commitments to work expeditiously on regulatory influence to try and expand the requirements with the other surrounding cities, which we've talked about at conceptually level for a while. Commitment to work together to get the Army Corps permits, which we're actually under application right now for. The regional board, which you saw the letter in your packet, that's kind of, they're now warming up to. The steps to accomplish that, the wording to recognize what we agreed to originally. This is for the continued health of the region as well as the environment. That we intend to honor existing development agreements, mitigation agreements, and the Burrowing Out Plan. That's really just for us. But all those agencies with land use authority already have those obligations, but it's to spell that out. And then the clarification, which is, as we noted in our supplemental, item F is already covered in the plan explicitly. Those are all things I would say is almost motherhood and apple pie to the plan. It is a procedural pain to go back through those agencies to get them to re-agree to that or to include that in what we've worked on already. But I do not see those as things that are undermining what they agreed to participate in the plan. We're not asking them to pay more money. We're not asking them to put more requirements on the developers. It's really about how we behave together over time.
And Joe, I appreciate that, and I'm sure that is true as a logical matter. I guess my question is, do we really kind of have at least some verbal assent from responsible people of each of these agencies to say, yeah, this is no problem?
I have not gone back to talk to the electeds in those other agencies now.
Well, if they don't want to make a written commitment to do what they said they would do and work with us to do the things we've said we're going to do together, then we have a problem. So I don't see why they're going to balk at making a written commitment of what they've already said they're going to do.
Okay, it's just not clear to me sitting here what folks have agreed to do or not. And so
I don't know if they've agreed to do anything. I'm just saying is that we have our interest to protect here, and getting it in writing is really important because this thing's going to last a very long time. So these things that are covered here are things that we've heard here in public testimony. And we wouldn't accept verbal commitments from developers or contractors or anybody else we get into business with. And so I want to get it in writing so that we're all on the same page. And if we're not on the same page, now is the time to find out. And that's why I think written documents and making the commitments. We're going to get married for a very long time, and we need the ring and the whole ceremony before we do
it. Is it right, Joe, that we could, we do have the choice of approving and executing the HCP, the implementing agreement, the joint exercise of powers agreement, and then continuing to work out all these matters through the MOU? Is that an option for us? Or would any of these issues necessarily have to be incorporated in the other documents I mentioned?
In looking at the mayor's memo, Ken and I reading through it, and Vera is looking through it, is we think those really all can get handled through the MOU. Our goal was to not have anything in here that essentially put us into a spot where the only way to move forward was to go back and rewrite the plan. And so it was working with the construct of the plan and putting clarifications and amendments and pre-agreeing to, the things in Section 2, that this is how the plan will operate, and through the MOU, which we jointly control, each of the local partners, that we would collectively lock arms and say, this is how we will behave. That we think that is achievable. Clearly, any one of the other 5 agencies can say, no, we don't think we want to do it, or we're annoyed that you're asking us to go do that. Absolutely. But it is one that, I think, as the mayor has stated, these are not new things that were raised. There's fundamentals of how we set about working on the plan. So I really look at them as motherhood and apple pie type things that we jointly are concurring that this is how our successors will operate.
And excuse me if I'm giving too simple of an answer, but if I
Before
can
you get in there,
distinguish.
let me have your boss.
Yeah, I do want to note, council member, that if the intent is merely to get the MOU amended, that does not bind the wildlife agencies. And I read the mayor's memo very differently. The mayor's memo uses the term parties, which is a term of art in the implementing agreement, to include all signatories to the implementing agreement. So I think to get clarity, which includes the wildlife agencies, so to get clarity, the council needs to give direction. Do you intend, as the mayor's memo proposes, to bind all parties, or just the MOU, which is just the local agencies?
Okay, so what you're saying, Rick, is if you want to get the agreement of everybody on this, you don't execute any of these agreements until you have the agreement.
The implementing agreement, I think, is part of it.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And just one final question. Joe, I know we've had prior conversations about this, and correct me if I'm mistaken about this, but my understanding is the nitrogen deposition fee calculates trips based on origins rather than destinations. Is that right?
That's my memory from the last time I read through the report. It was based on where people started that trip from. So it's generally home-based.
Right. And I guess my concern with that, and I think you can tell me if you share this concern or not, is it tends to disproportionately bias housing. It also disproportionately biases San Jose, because we are disproportionately the origin of trips and not the destination if we're talking about commutes in the morning. And I guess my question would be, is there any opportunity for the parties in successive years to modify this definition, or any willingness to your knowledge?
Yeah, clearly and we spent a lot of time in the memo trying to explain different options about how to deal with it. There is the scenario we've worked through today, which is based on vehicle trips and how that was modeled. There is the ability over the years to go through and put a different structure to that is length of trip based, that is more determinate about where those trips start and end. We didn't have access to kind of the world's best data when we were doing this a couple of years ago. As we did the general plan update, we got better data, I think, to work from. But as we noted in the staff report, there's other vehicle or other ways to go through and account for the mitigation of those air quality impacts that are more directly tied to the sources, which is the cars, and then to the extent that those are on our regional system. As we noted, there is $1 billion we spent on highway improvements in the last 10 years that, that could have been a piece of the mitigation built into that. Ultimately, gasoline tax or something like that. There's a lot of different ways to do it. We have what was kind of the cleanest way at the time we did this, and that's where we came up with the vehicle trip-based. But absolutely, the joint power, the implementing entity can change that over time, and that is going back to the decision-making with all of the land use agencies, so the 3 cities in the county, want to go to a different structure. We have that in our control to do it. We don't have to amend the HCP to do that.
Okay.
It's on the fee-based side where that happens.
That's the important question for me. And then with regard to our efforts to try to approach this from a regional perspective beyond the HCP within the county, Southern Alameda County, are there conversations now between our staff and other city staffs? And is that happening now, or is that going to happen anytime in the near future?
There's been a little bit of conversations going on. San Jose is hosting the county planning directors. I think it's next month. It's either February or March. And so in talking with Laurel, I thought this would be a good agenda topic for us to host the discussion and walk through, at least with our peers, the thought from behind it, kind of the methodology and our sense of what they need to change about through their environmental process for projects to essentially conform with all the letters that went out to those agencies from the Fish and Wildlife Agency.
I think that's really important, and I hope that's prioritized in that discussion, because I can tell you when this discussion came to VTA, it was apparent to me that the elected officials didn't understand the plan. They just didn't get it. I mean, we had people from Sunnyvale and Sacramento, or Santa Clara, I should say, elected officials who were saying things like, well, gee, we want our fees to be used to build small parks for our residents and not for open space, as if, you preserve habitat and foraging and so forth through the construction of parks. And so it was obvious that they just didn't understand it. And I know another representative said something like, well, we do great things for burrowing owls without understanding that we've got 18 species we're dealing with here, and obviously many more throughout the county. So I guess it's really critical, it seems to me, and particularly as you look at that letter from Sunnyvale, that there be staff-to-staff communication, that this be taken out of the political arena for some period of time so that the folks with the expertise can really talk about it, understand it, and at least get on the same page about what it is. Because I think we're going to have a very difficult time making political progress at VTA or any other agency with whatever seems to be understood out there now.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, and I really appreciate Councilman LICCARDO's questions. I'd like to put a motion out and then speak to the motion. So the motion would be to approve recommendations from the January 15 staff reports as follows, and that is to adopt resolutions 1A, B, C, D, and E, and also to approve the implementing ordinance, and also to approve recommendations from the January 28th supplemental report as follows, which is to adopt a resolution confirming that development projects at the airport are not cover activities under the Habitat Plan. And then finally, to approve recommendations from the January 25th memo to Council from Mayor Reed, and that is to approve the HCP with changes and modification listed as items 1 through 7, and finally to authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents once the changes have been made and the revised documents have been provided to the council. That would be the motion.
All right, we have a motion on the floor.
Yes. I'm sorry, let me just clarify. The resolutions from the January 15th, that would also include F, which is on the council agenda. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clarification.
Councilman LICCARDO.
Vice Mayor, would that include a friendly amendment to ask staff to further clarify which urban villages should or should not be included with any fee backfilling?
Yeah, I think that was understood, yeah.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah, I was just going to clarify, all the discussion we had related to the mayor's memo is in your motion.
Yes,
thank you.
Made some modifications to my memo. Okay.
And if I can just speak briefly to the motion, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank staff for the diligent work. I really want to thank all the individuals and organizations and agencies that actually sent lots and lots of comments and your concerns regarding the Habitat Plan. But most importantly, I want to thank the mayor for his leadership on this issue. He have asked really extensive questions since we started this whole process. And I think that what we have here in his memo really strikes the right balance necessary to move forward responsibly. I think it's critical, and I think today is a good day. We need to move to approve the habitat plan, but we can't really move forward without considering its long-term impact, not only on the environment, but also on our city's long-term economic well-being. And so I think that his memo strike that balance. Since the beginning of this discussion many months ago, I have had a chance to visit the Santa Clara Valley's Coyote Ridge, where I was able to witness what we have left of our local wildlife or endangered species. And this special, really untouched natural environment is something that I really want the future generations to be able to appreciate. So we can't really afford to jeopardize what we cannot replace. And so it's just, it's such a beautiful, beautiful place and such a beautiful environment. And, you know, my daughter's going to be one in 2 weeks. I really want to be able to take her out there and really let her experience the natural life for herself. And so I have confidence that the city manager's engagement and direction in finalizing of the HCP is definitely the best way to ensure that we move forward with a strategies that keeps San Jose firmly in control of our environmental and economic destiny. So with that said, I really hope that my colleagues will support moving forward and adopt the habitat plan today. Thank you.
Councilmember Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for Vice Mayor for the motion. Councilmember KALRA and I put out a memo on January 24th. Pretty much stated the same, you know, and asked my colleague to support the staff recommendation. I also wanted to thank our staff as well as the HCP staff for diligently working on this since 2001. One point of clarification from Joe is that the mayor's memo at this point here will be able to kind of work out with the language in the MOU without touching the implementation documents, right?
Well, that's what Ken and I were just conferring a little bit more on. Is our goal is to go through and kind of not start taking apart things. Right. We do think it's important, as the conversation is, to recognize the commitments between the parties, and that means the partners and the wildlife agencies, but of the best vehicle to do that. So that's one of the things we want to go back and work our way through. We think the MOU is the way to get the majority of this stuff done. It would be my goal to be able to do that for all of it, but recognizing the wildlife agencies do not sign the MOU. So that's the one piece we want to go through and just make sure we've got the right vehicle. The way the memo is written in the council action gives us the direction to use the appropriate documents as necessary to accomplish your discussion. So that's what we would be bringing back, is how it is the commitments of all the parties with kind of not goofing up, trying to minimize the number of documents we have to touch.
Right. I want to thank the mayor for your leadership as well as the clarification on your memo. In terms of the schedule, if we were just to follow, all those points specified in mayor's memo, would it jeopardize our implementation schedule?
Most likely, it'll slide things back a bit. And that's really a function of how fast each of the local agencies are prepared to put something on their agenda and for what documents need to change. We had been working on a schedule for this summer, kind of as a loosely defined 3-month window. So my guess is that it slides this at least to the end of summer to go do it, as opposed to trying to maybe get it done in June.
And what is the significance of that delay?
Well, it does have consequence that there are projects. The Water District has things that are waiting to use this to move forward. There's some other development projects in other cities that are waiting to use it. So, we've already started looking at the MOU and that today of what might need to change to go and accomplish what's in the mayor's memo. And that's really the work that starts up tomorrow, is what do we have to do to accomplish all this.
Great. I'll be supporting the motion and again ask the staff to work diligently and to contained into the original schedule. Thank you.
One more thing, I just want to verify, the motion did not include appointment of anybody. That's not on the agenda.
That's correct.
We anticipate we'll do that in February,
Yeah,
figure out who we need to appoint and do that. We have some other appointments that we have to work around as well, and we'll be back on a separate item on that. Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues for their questions, a number of which I had on the list to ask, and I do have some concerns with the fact that we continue to slide things back a bit. We've been doing that for some time. I understand the importance of making sure that all of our interests are considered, but I have some concern that we're going back to other agencies to have them readopt the MOU or other appropriate documents for the HCP without knowing what the response is going to be to some of the items listed here. And so I don't know if, Joe, you indicated that you're not sure what the response might be. I don't know if Ken or anyone else does know. And if you don't, that's fine. But if you have some sense, Ken, it might be helpful to know that we're not putting something forward here that's going to continue to delay the progress that's already been slowed somewhat over the past year to 18 months or so.
The items under number 1 are all items that have been talked about in the past. Management team from the various partners as well as the local partner attorneys received copies of the mayor's memo early Monday morning. And no one has raised any concerns. I met with Gilroy staff yesterday. There were no concerns. So I think we are buttoning up something that is essentially 85% done, and it's the buttoning up process rather than the creation of policy or creation of commitments. And what I'm hoping is that by taking the Wildlife Agency's communications from the past, incorporating them into the MOU, and working with the Wildlife Agencies, we can achieve that last 15% of nailing this down so it's clear 20 years from now what the intent was.
And you had stated earlier in Section 2, rewriting some portions of the HCP that you don't anticipate that to cause any issue in that it's not inconsistent.
No, the items in 2, the changes that are being, the correcting the vague language is consistent with the plan as it's been drafted and circulated. This would just be a clarification on literally, I think, a few words in a couple of places.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ken, and thank you for all the work that you've done for quite some time now, and your staff in getting us where we are, and of course, thanks to our staff, planning department, city attorney, and all those that have put a lot of time into this. I do have some concerns that, as Joe, as you indicated earlier, the angst that it creates when we continue to put items in there to add to some of the documents. Now, I do agree that a lot of what is in here it's not like it's foreign. It's not like it's coming up out of nowhere. There are items that have been discussed, certainly by the mayor and some others over a period of time. But, and I am appreciative of the fact that we're not talking about making amendments or changes to the environmental impact report, which would obviously throw a very large monkey wrench into the process thus far. But this plan has been in the works, as the mayor indicated, for a number of years, and it seems like there's been even before it came before us for final decisions and tinkering over the last few months. There were a lot of changes that have been made. A lot of aspects of it were watered down. A lot of certain types of wildlife were removed, and obviously the concerns that everyone shares in terms of cost of development have been taken into account. However, I think that we need to continue to remind ourselves, although that there's always short-term trauma whenever you have a project of this size that's put forward in a plan of this size, there's short-term trauma to planning departments, to developers, what have you, that and other agencies as well, that we're not talking about what's in the best interest in the next 5 months or 5 years, but the next 50 years. And the real long-term impact that we need to be concerned about are in those pictures over there, because if we don't have a plan that will stand the test of time and that has the strength and the backbone to maintain the habitats that currently exist, then a lot of time has been spent. I think, unfortunately, not getting us where we need to be. I do feel confident in Ken and the leadership with the habitat plan, and in the time that I've had the opportunity to be part of the liaison group, to know that there is enough consistency amongst the agencies that have enough concern for the long-term well-being of the habitat and the open space and the wildlife. I just want to make clear as we go through this and we look at some of these documents and look to amend them, that we don't lose sight of what this whole plan is put in place for, and that ultimately, as stated many times before, Ken mentioned it earlier this meeting, that the existence of this plan will make things in many ways easier for developers and for those that are going to be developing their land or adding to their land, in that there is a plan they can become part of that will give them the certainty and an opportunity to bypass, or not bypass, but to ascertain the appropriate permits through federal or state agencies because of the work that we're doing and because of the work that the other agencies are doing. So I would just caution about the continual sliding back on the timeline, because as you indicated, Joe, there are a lot of people that are just waiting for this to get done because there are projects in the pipeline that can fully take advantage of this plan, and we really need to think about the impacts that we're making in 2050, not just 2015. Thank you.
City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor and Council, I just want to make clear that the discussion is focusing on this MOU, but it may not be, and in my view, just on the face of it, it may not be enough to get, quote, commitments from all parties, as defined in the memo. The implementing agreement is the only agreement that binds all parties. And I just want to, we can work with staff and try to make this happen, but I want to make sure that the council understands that just getting the local agencies isn't getting commitments from all parties.
It's also the wildlife, the agencies, the federal and state wildlife agencies and what have you also have to agree. And that's the cause, and I think that's why, Joe, you indicated that this is going to slide things back a bit, because it's not a matter of just the agencies that you've been working most closely with, or that Ken has some certainty with, but it's these other agencies that that may not have the flexibility in terms of what they're willing to accept.
Well, I think the idea behind the memo is to get that commitment in writing that's already stated in letters to that effect. So we already have letters to that effect, and to get the same commitment in the agreement.
But there's no guarantee that they're going to be willing to do that.
That's correct.
And so, that's something that I'm concerned about, because if they're not, that's something that needs to come back to us so that we know they're not going to. It's something I know other council members have raised as to the degree of certainty as to whether the other agencies are going to sign on. And if they're not, we're essentially indefinitely delaying it until we have an opportunity to revisit it. And that's what my concern is with adding all these extra obligations at the 11th and a half hour to agencies that we certainly don't have control or jurisdiction over, and some of which aren't our local municipalities, but much larger agencies that have a much larger long-term view, a much more long-range view than we may have in looking at our particular regional interests.
Councilor Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be short. So I just wanted staff to see if they could elaborate a little bit more from page 13 of the report that identified potential new revenue sources. I know that in the middle of the page there's discussion about linkages to VTA, water district, and water treatment plant. What would those be? And the source of fees from them, or taxes, or what would that be?
Depending on which of those you want. So VTA, really how I see it would be that in a similar manner to where they spend money on a wetland, there would be, when they build a highway project that has a wetland impact, there would be a piece of that would be dealing with the air quality emissions of a freeway lane addition. As it relates to the water supply side of the equation, it's a similar sort of thing, that there is certain mitigation built into the biological opinions that those contracts have that assess growth inducement, and that would be one piece built into the rate structure. And I think I had done an earlier calculation a month or so ago of what that might be on a per acre foot. It's but it might be 2 cents per acre foot on a $200 acre foot charge. As it relates to the sewage plant, we're doing the sewage master plan. The EIR just went out on the street, and as a part of a capital facility like that, it supports development. And so one of the places you could go through and deal with that is through the rate charges for the sewage system, through our sewer rate charges, that deals with the mitigation for the impacts caused by the residences and businesses that are served by our sewer system. Because without a sewer plant, there is nobody here that's driving in cars and creating impacts. That's why it's a link, it's a linkage as opposed to a direct kind of impact fee. But it takes some work around it, but that would be kind of the legislative construct that would go for any one of those.
And so I'm taking it that these are being considered in case some of the other cities or jurisdictions decide that they don't want any part of this. And then I have a follow-up question.
Yeah. So we've put them out there as things that, as Councilman LICCARDO said, that there are some discussions at a regional level that are appropriate to have. The letters that went out from the wildlife agencies were a first kind of awakening to let people know that this is a relevant issue in their communities, and that there are different ways to deal with it. Initially is to just talk about a traffic fee, but I think that's going to be really complicated in trying to deal with those number of agencies. So that's why we started talking about, are there some other ways that really deal with all of the demand here in the valley that create those air quality impacts, and then that's where you would start looking at utilities or large regional capital type improvements.
Okay, and then as I was looking at the page, it's sort of looks like a sources and uses page that lists some of the, I guess, anticipated commitments from some of the jurisdictions that have opted in. And I see that Santa Clara County comes in, and I believe that was passed on a 3-2 vote. Do they need, I was under the impression they need a 4 out of 5 in order to have funding commitments. And what, I mean, is that final, or have we anticipated that what happens if that revenue doesn't come in? Who does that increase everybody's share?
No, the issue with the county, as I understood it, is a normal action is a 3-2 vote, it stands, but for budget, then it is a supermajority that required the 4 affirmative votes. And because when the contracts came up for all the consultants, I was out of a normal budget year cycle, so it was a single issue item. There were not 4 votes to approve the budget, and that's why it ended up moving to the Water District, that they took that on, and we're very thankful that they did that. Thank you again to the Water District. Deborah's not listening. But the actual item itself, for like the MOU, would be something for a 3-2 vote coming back to, because it would not have the budget ties, as that's now being taken on by the Water District. The fees and charges for the habitat plan, that becomes the new entity that the mayor was talking about.
Okay.
We would need to appoint council members to.
Okay.
That is that group's then new job, is to do that. So it's outside of each individual agency.
Okay. No, and the reason why I'm asking is, I think the last thing we need are more wrinkles, in this, in progress, and we need to do this now. I agree, we need to do this now, and we can't have any additional surprises, because then that just stops what we should be doing, and that is, making sure that we take the steps now to protect, these sensitive areas in the future. So I'll be supporting the motion, and hope my colleagues join me. Thank you.
Thank you. We haven't heard from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and California Department of Fish and Wildlife today. They're obviously key players, important partners, parties, whatever you want to call them, indispensable. And so I want to give them a chance to speak at this time before we get into the public testimony, because we would not be here today and would not have made the progress without their help. So I guess Kay Goody's going to go first.
Well, Scott and I were discussing whether I'm the bad news or the good news. So I first want to thank everybody for working hard on this. And I just want to try and, I maybe didn't understand some of the resolutions and the information. So I want to maybe provide some clarification. So as you all know, or you may not know, the Fish and Wildlife Service has put in the Federal Register and our comment period closed in September. That information included our implementing agreement as a draft. It included the HCP, and it included the EIS. Theoretically, to meet our timeline, based on what the partners have told us, we've started working on decision documents. Now, one thing that I thought was eloquent on your memo was that it said the appropriate documents, which I view is the MOU. And in some places that have maybe clarifications or erratas or information that was already in the HCP, but it simply was not clear, as you have mentioned in the past, the Fish and Wildlife Service in our permit can provide an attachment that provides the clarification to any erratas. Now, that's just the erratas, as it relates to maybe some vagaries in the language that wasn't clear in the documents which you've brought out, which is not a change to the HCP or procedurally an issue. That would be a very expeditious way for us to deal with some of the issues. The other way is I thought a very eloquent way is once we've issued the permit, you form the JPA, you can start on your amendment process as it relates to fees or some of the other issues that you have presented. And that would be another way to expeditiously keep this moving forward, which seems to me what is all of your intent. So I just wanted to make that clarification. So maybe I'm not the bad news, maybe I'm the solution news, but I wanted to express that as a concern. So I really would like you to approve this, although I do like coming to San Jose, and move this forward with the idea that it allows the flexibility for the different partners to deal with the issues. Now, the city attorneys brought up the issue of the word parties, and there's some aspects of your memo that have nothing to do with Fish and Wildlife Service or Fish and Wildlife. Oh my God, you think I could get that right. But anyway, they don't have anything to, they're not relevant to our agency, or there's things that we wouldn't be able to say under our regulatory authority. So and that's why the flexibility that you presented, Mayor, was the appropriate way, because it allows the ability to deal with certain things. Some things are in the hands of the partners, and we're a partner, and we've been participating. I got a letter from Sunnyvale about our letter that we sent them, and I have said that we would work together with and have workshops, and we will do that. And we have worked very hard to get the letters from the regional board and the Corps of Engineers. We followed through on every single thing that I said that we would try to deal with. And we will continue to be partners. So I just hope you will approve this and provide the flexibility in the appropriate areas to move this forward. And you know what? If you do that way, I think we could actually continue and meet the timeline that we need to do it. And because I really actually was asking and trying for you to apply for grants this year for land acquisition, and and that was kind of on the edge of the timeline. And I again would like to be able to do that for next year. So anyway, I do appreciate all your hard work. I commend you guys. You've worked very hard, and you've all done a great job for the area, and you should be very proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for all the work that you've done. And we do appreciate the letters that you sent out, and maybe not as much as we appreciate the responses, but I assume, Scott, from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Very good. I have to practice that every day. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Scott Wilson. I'm the acting regional manager of the newly renamed California Department of Fish and Wildlife. My department has been working with city staff, other local partners, Fish and Wildlife Service, and stakeholders for the past 10 years as the local agencies have developed your plan. We appreciate the thoughtful consideration and interest by the Council to ensure that the habitat plan is designed and implemented in a way that meets the needs of the city. The habitat plan was developed locally and will be implemented locally. The plan addresses the local allows the local agencies to adjust and modify many implementation procedures to provide the desired local flexibility while ensuring an integrated habitat reserve system over time. Our department has listened to and heard the interests and concerns of the Council, and we will work with the city staff and the other local partners during plan finalization and implementation to address all of the identified actions in the Mayor's memo from today's agenda item. We thank you for your interest and support of this important habitat plan. We will work with you to successfully implement the plan and address the issues in the appropriate documents. And we encourage you and appreciate your vote today to support the plan as written in the agenda items and the Mayor's memo, allowing the changes to be dealt with through the city staff and the city manager. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for the support of the state of California in this process. I'm going to take the public testimony now. We have a lot of people who want to speak. This is the third hearing on this, or the fourth or the fifth. I know I've lost track. But so I'm going to limit testimony to 1 minute because we have shortage of time and we have to get this done. So please come on down when I call your name so that you're close to the microphone. Chris Ann Giles, Dennis Martin, Jim Gilmetti,
Thank you, Mayor Reed, council members. My name is Chrisanne Giles. I'm the Executive Director of the Building Industry Association of the Bay Area. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. The BIA has been an active participant in the HCP development process since the very beginning. Our overall position is longstanding and well known. The BIA supports the adoption of an HCP for the Santa Clara Valley that appropriately balances economic development and environmental conservation and takes meaningful steps towards streamlining the overall environmental permitting process. In its current form, the HCP does not meet these criteria. It calls for adopting a new development impact fee on infill and higher density housing that's fundamentally inconsistent with San Jose's emphasis on smart growth development patterns. However, we believe the modifications proposed in Mayor Reed's memorandum to the City Council change these, and the BIA would support the HCP under these considerations you've discussed this afternoon. These modifications include the exemptions of development in specified areas of the city and using existing construction tax funds as replacement revenue.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Dennis Martin, Jim Gilmetti, Melissa Hibbard.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm representing NAIOP, the Commercial Real Estate Development Association. We've been involved with the plan for a number of years. We've made a number of comments that we hope are constructive. We do support Mayor Reed's memo on this issue, and we do believe that the requiring of several conditions of approval for the HCP is a strong effort to try to balance the scales in economic development and economic growth of the city. These additional conditions incorporated into the plan's adoption seem a good step in leveling the playing field and bringing back into focus the economic health of the region. We particularly view the commitments as important that the Army Corps and regional quality control boards buy into a comprehensive, streamlined permitting process that could help turn this plan from a weight around our necks into a competitive leg up. I thought Mr. Wilson's comment about you guarding or concerned about the needs of the citizens in the city of San Jose are important, and the best...
Sorry, your time is up.
The best person for that is sitting right there. Thank you.
Jim Gilmetti, Melissa Hibbard, Tony Nguyen.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission, my name is Jim Gilmetti, and I'm the CEO of Signature Homes and the incoming chair of the California Transportation Commission. I wrote you a letter, I think, back in December supporting the HCP. I think this will be very helpful in creating certainty for home builders. I've been building in this valley for 40 years now, but more importantly, I think it's even going to be more critical for vital transportation projects. It provides a great deal of certainty for Caltrans and VTA and others in the transportation circle. So I appreciate your positive vote on this. Thank you.
Melissa Hibbert, Tony Nguyen, Stephen Hicks.
Mayor Reed, council members, Melissa Hibbard with Greenbelt Alliance. I want to thank you all so much, and staff in particular, for all the hard work you've put in over the last several months. I listened today, and I came here concerned that we would not be moving forward expeditiously, and I am encouraged that everyone here seems to be on that same page. I appreciate the flexibility I heard expressed. I look forward to continuing to work with San Jose on implementing this over the course of the next several months, and so I hope that what I hear happens after you're done with public comment is an adoption of the HCP so we can move forward and start implementing it, because that's how we're going to save that land and make sure San Jose really is a place people want to live. Thank you.
Tony Nguyen, Stephen Hicks. Go ahead, Mr. Hicks. Greg Karekis, Shannon McDonald.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Steve Hicks with Signature Homes, and I too would like to express support for the HCP. We believe that obviously, as spoken, provide certainty to the land entitlement process, help make the land entitlement process much more efficient, and also we very much appreciate that the HCP will provide a coordinated effort for the acquisition and maintenance of mitigation land. So thank you very much.
Greg Karekis, Shannon McDonald, Emma Hollows.
Hello, I had a video today that was supposed to be played while I speak, but there's some technical difficulties. So I just wanted to let you know that the western burrowing owl was once as common as the ground squirrel in some areas of this valley. The burrowing owl is disappearing from the California landscape at an alarming rate, especially in San Jose, as habitat is developed into urban and industrial infrastructure. From the 1980s to the 1990s, the number of breeding pairs of owls declined 60%, and the trend is still on the decline. All but 2 cities have lost their owls in Santa Clara County, and the population is at an unstable 36 pairs. We are one of those cities lucky enough to have the burrowing owls still reside within our city limits. But the eviction of owls is currently taking place on First Street at Component Drive and Orchard Parkway. The process starts by placing a trap door into the burrow. The animal can get out but not back in, and the burrows will be destroyed, and the wildlife has no choice but to move on. And so adopting this HCP will help ensure the burrowing owl persistence in our city.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Shannon McDonald, Emma Hollows, Cynthia Denny.
Mayor, council members, my name is Emma Hollows and I'm a resident of Mountain View and volunteer with the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I strongly urge the council to approve the HCP today as it currently stands. All over the world, ecosystem functions, along with the valuable services they provide our communities, are being eroded by development decision-making processes that fail to take into account the cumulative detrimental impacts on critical habitat from new development projects. The HCP provides an opportunity to create a comprehensive, adequate and connected reserve system which, when supported by adaptive environmental management, can secure critical habitat and precious open space into the future for all. I recommend that the HCP be adopted today as it currently is written and suggest that any proposed changes be given due consideration and analysis after the HCP is approved in order to give sufficient time for all stakeholders to adequately review and comment on those. Thank you.
Cynthia Denny, Joshua McCluskey, Pat Pizzo. Donald Mayo. Okay.
Thank you. Didn't hear you right. Thank you so much for all the work you've done. I'm Don Mayall with the California Native Plant Society. I live in North County, so you don't have to listen to me, but I have taken some of you on walks on our beautiful hills, which I've been doing for the last 20 years, and or if I haven't taken you on walks, you've heard me talk about them. You're hearing on the radio and the newspapers today about plants and animals that are being saved. It isn't really about the plants and animals, it's about their home. If you save their homes, you save them. If you don't save their homes, they're lost. You all have homes. Please protect their homes and move forward with the process. Thank you so much.
Josh McCluskey, Pat Pizzo, Stuart Weiss, Gloria Chun-Hu.
Hi, my name is Josh McCluskey. We're finally here. I'd like to thank everyone for their hard work, especially staff, Kim Schreiber, everyone else, all the advocates, and just urge you to all vote for it and don't delay in implementation. You know, really push it forward and get going to where the Envision 2040 puts us. And you know, good job, guys. Thank you.
My name is Pat Pizzo. I'm in District 10. Mayor Reed, council members, and staff. You talk of 50 years as being a long time, Mayor Reed, but it's kind of relative. I plant acorns, oak acorns, and I'll pass before they're even teenagers. And what you're doing is you're being asked to plant an acorn here. I see this as what government people must have been doing in the 20s and 30s when they were considering a bunch of dams for the Santa Clara Valley. And boy, thank goodness of what they did, and I think you have a unique opportunity here. As I see it, the measure couples a development to conservation goals and accelerates the licensing process. A bunch of good people put this thing together, and I'm hoping that you all support it. Thank you.
Stuart Weiss, Gloria Chun-Hu, Shani Kleinhaus.
Hello, I'm Dr. Stuart Weiss, and I'll be presumptuous and pretend to speak for the Bay Checker Spot Butterfly, and thank you all. You worked really hard, long and creatively, asked a lot of hard questions, and I think you got a lot of hard answers out of it. In the big picture, we are now the cutting edge of addressing the global nitrogen issue, which is as serious or even more acute than climate change. So we, as the environmental community and biologists, we look forward to implementation over 50 years in the best innovative spirit of Silicon Valley. And as always, we would like to invite you, your staff, and your family to experience the habitat this spring. We'll figure out a way to make arrangements. And lastly, I want to leave you with those 5 large photos to grace the walls of City Hall. Thank you.
Gloria Chun-Hu, Shani Kleinhaus, Linda Rethoff.
Good afternoon. I'm Gloria Chun-Hu, representing the League of Women Voters. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, for your kind opening remarks. I thought that framed the situation very well. I applaud the city and its staff for its hard work in getting the plan to the council. This is a historic moment. We, the League, urge you to vote today to adopt the Habitat Conservation Plan and also not to delay its implementation. We urge you to provide the staff the flexibility to seek the modifications you seek, to work collaboratively in this regional project, and to seek they allow the city manager to sign off on the plan so we can move expeditiously. Let's move forward. This truly is an important plan that works in concert with Envision 2040. It provides us with the environmental leadership and stewardship that San Jose deserves to provide, as well as ensuring smart economic growth for the city of San Jose. Thank you so very much.
Shani Kleinhaus, Linda Ruthruff, Eileen McLaughlin.
Mayor Reid, City Council, Shani Kleinhaus with Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm glad to be here at this point. I'm glad we're finally here after so many years of working on this plan. And I wanted to congratulate all of us, you, for getting here, but also to remind you that the species we're dealing with are the ones who have been balanced out to almost extinction due to human activity in the valley. So when we're looking at balancing the endangered species versus interests of developers, we have a winning and losing situation here all along. So it's time we help those species. And so I really encourage you to adopt the plan and move immediately with implementation and not wait for other agencies that are not responsible for endangered species. They're involved in other things like the Clean Water Act, and they have other responsibilities, and their responsibilities may not be met by the type of mitigation that the plan is proposing. You cannot mitigate for water pollution in one place by buying land somewhere else. Thank you.
Linda Ruthruff, Eileen McLaughlin, Alex Perez.
Hello, my name is Linda Ruthruff. I'm the Conservation Chair for the local chapter of the California Native Plant Society. This has been an extraordinarily long process. So many public servants, scientists, staff, and volunteers have invested their time and heart in the process of producing this document. There have been so many compromises already made that decrease protections for the environment. It is time to adopt the plan as it is. More time equals more habitat lost. The nitrogen deposition fee goes to the heart of what got this entire process started with the widening of 101. The increased nitrogen from increased car trips acts as fertilizer to the fragile serpentine habitat, allowing weeds to choke out endangered plant species. Please don't add additional steps to this process. Please adopt the HCP as it is today. The future awaits the results of your wise decisions. Thank you.
Eileen McLaughlin, Alex Perez, Virginia Holtz.
Good afternoon, Mayor Reid and members of council. I'm Eileen McLaughlin. I'm with the Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge and a city resident. I want to first acknowledge the immense effort that's gone on here by all parties and the years that it's taken to get us here. I'm here today to say, today's the day. Let's adopt the HCP and let's get it moving forward. And in listening today and in considering the clarifications mentioned by the mayor, let's look at things like the solutions suggested by Kay Good of the Fish and Wildlife Service. Let's do it in the most efficient way. Let's not lose any more time for these species, for the projects that need to move forward. Let's get this thing going. Thank you.
Alex Perez, Virginia Holtz, Julia Hutchison. There's Virginia. Go ahead.
Good late afternoon, folks. I am Virginia Holtz, Chair of the Board of the Open Space Authority that has conserved over 16,000 acres over the last 20 years. The OSA is committed to participation in the Habitat Valley Plan through conserving 1,000 acres, or thousands of acres of land in restoring habitats for the listed species. We expect to be a technical resource in management of the HCP for this currently is happening in the open space acreage. This is what our mission is all about. So we're in it from the get-go. Conservation of lands and watersheds benefits the local economy, currently creating an inviting location for businesses which bring high-tech jobs, protects the water supply, and offsets carbon emissions on the environment. We urge you to vote yes on adopting this plan tonight. Thank you.
Julie Hutchison. That's the last card I have, so if you put in a card, now's the time.
Good afternoon, Council. Julie Hutchison, Committee for Green Foothills. So the Committee for Green Foothills would like to start off by thanking Mayor, Council, and staff for their efforts in crafting this plan, along with, of course, all the great efforts of the other agencies. Like others today, we are here to urge you to adopt the plan so that we can move forward with it. As a member of the stakeholder committee, we've been in there in the trenches since the very beginning. It's been a long process. We've hashed things out very well. It's been a process actually that's been recognized by the Northern Habitat Conservation Plan folks out there. They realize we've done a great job. So we look forward to moving this into the future, working with you, and so please adopt the plan today. Thank you.
We have one other speaker. I don't have the card yet.
So, Deborah Calden is with the Water District. Mr. Mayor, you may notice there's been a lot of sidebar conversations going on. And it's related to, as I talked about, the different agreements between the agencies, and that the Water District stepped up when the county said that they were no longer able to do the agreements related to the HCP. The Water District has a number of contracts that related to this that are ending or have ended, and that one of the purposes of the JPA and working forward on some of those is so that the Water District have certainty of money that they're ready right now to go through and put into the effort, but they're not willing to do that if there's not certainty of kind of where we're going on it. And so it is some consequence, and partly that's been the negotiations that were going on about MOU versus implementing agreement versus habitat plan. Some of those are much more in our control, and others are to the winds. And so, part of this is really seeing how we go through and keep all the plates spinning and getting all the commitments that have been talked about without having things majorly upset. And so Deborah is really the one that's in the middle of trying to figure that out.
My name is Deborah Calden. I work for the Water District. I used to work for the City of San Jose, so I've been in front of this august board myself in a difficult place like Joe. I'm a little concerned. I'm here representing the district. No, I have not had an opportunity to vet this with my elected officials. The letter came extremely late. And in terms of the mayor's recommendations, I guess I'm concerned because I'm not really clear what the decision is here. And I have to be able to go back to my board and let them know where we're at. The district has committed $500,000 to support this process during this interim period. And that money is basically, because all the cost share that was used to support the planning has run out, the delays created by the City of San Jose are putting this process probably in very significant jeopardy with respect to floating the forward movement. So when I look at what's going on here, I'm not sure if we have an approval or not that would allow me to go back to my elected officials and tell them that yes, all the parties have approved this plan and are willing to go forward, so that now that we could continue the funding and start developing the JPA. So in making your decision, I encourage you to really clarify those amendments to the staff's recommendation, because staff like me have to go back to our elected officials and really try to explain whether we have forward movement on this plan or not. And with respect to our ability to fund it with the Water District, we're very committed. There should be no question about that. Clearly, we've supported this and floated this boat, but we have to be able to go back and really help move this forward, or realize whether we have to move forward in a different permitting thing so we can finish primarily Anderson Dam in a very quick fashion. So that's where our concern lies. So please help us understand what this additional recommendation could mean for forward movement.
There was the last comment from the public. Let me just respond to that. We have a memo. It's laid out there what we want. That's pretty clear, I think. And I don't think there's any doubt that this council is moving forward. We're committed. We're approving this. If you want us to use the word adopt, I guess we'll use the word adopt, but we're approving it. We want to move forward. But we also want commitments that have been made to be documented. in a way that 10 years from now, when we're all gone, those commitments, people understand what they are. And I fully believe that the Water District is willing to do these things. The Water District has done them in the past and has said they will do them. But I'm going to be gone in a few years, and I'm not going to be here to say, I remember when the Water District promised us to do something. I want it in writing. And I'd be happy to call the elected officials that you report to and explain that to them directly if necessary, because I'm making the same commitment I'm asking our partners to make, is to work together expeditiously, use our regulatory authority influence to move this thing forward. So if that means me calling the board members, I'll do it. If I need to call the president to move the U.S. government, I'll do that too. Whatever you need. We're going to move this thing together. I don't think there's any doubt of the commitment here. Now, we haven't had the vote yet, but I think the council is going to be committed to moving forward. The staff is certainly committed to staying engaged. So I don't think the Water District has anything to worry about on our side of the equation. Back to the council, Councilmember Constant.
Thanks, Mayor. You mentioned a few years you're going to be around. I'll just remind you it's only 701 days. Not that I'm counting, but that's less than 2. Well, first I want to thank the mayor. I think a lot of progress has been made in getting to the certainty point and to taking some areas that were ambiguous and making them a lot clearer. And I know this has taken a long time and a lot of work, but I still have concerns. I think that a plan like this, if it's not a region-wide plan, I think it has a lot of pitfalls to it. And while we have partners going in one direction, our real competition as we grow as a city and we compete for the economic pool that's out there is not in that direction. It's in the other directions. It's up the peninsula, it's up in the Santa Clara area, and it's up the lower Alameda County. And I think that is the big shortfall of this. And without a region-wide plan, I just think it puts us at a disadvantage. And I'm not surprised that I end up in a minority of opinion here, because I've been able to count as well. I just think that we're falling short if we want something to be a region-wide complete plan.
Councilmember KHAMIS.
I too have a little concern. I haven't been here as long as all of you and worked on this issue, and I respect all of your hard work. I know that we're trying to fund it with city money for about $1 million a year. I don't know what it's going to be like in the future. I don't know how certain this money's, and here we are, we're asking, we're cutting budgets still, and we're spending money on a governmental organization that is outside the city, and I just have some fundamental disagreements with creating new bureaucracies to begin with. But I also want to know where all this money is going to come from to support this endeavor. I'm also concerned with all we are competing with other cities. This will put us at a disadvantage with other cities who are not adopting a similar program, and those are the two main concerns that I have.
I did want to just kind of check something. The estimated cost for what the city would be paying is about $100,000 to $200,000 would be coming from construction taxes that we collect from the development that creates the impacts, not $1 million. So it is a much smaller number, and it is coming from dollars that technically flow through the general fund, but are generated from the development that's actually creating the impact.
Okay, council members. Chu?
Thank you, Mayor. I understand that not all the city are joining us with this plan, but I also understand that each city has a different situation. It really depends on the amount of land that's still available. So there's some, I appreciate that there's some objections, but I believe that the benefit really outweigh the objection against the plan. One of the speakers, sorry, I didn't write down the name, but mentioned that there's a possible way to fold everything in your memo, Mayor, into a JCP in a later date, so we can approve the plan as the staff recommended, and definitely make sure that all the languages that you have in your memo be folded into the JCP. So with that, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to the motion to adopt the plan and then move all the languages from Mayor's memo into the JCP when it comes to that point.
Well, that wouldn't be a friendly amendment. That'd be a pretty hostile amendment, I think, based on what we're trying to achieve here. I sort of would not support it.
Well, I'll make it into a substitute motion.
The maker of the motion is not accepting the amendment as a friendly amendment.
No.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
If I can just ask a question on the motion, so the JPA?
The JPC, the Joint Powers Agreement?
JPA, okay, yeah, so essentially what you're suggesting is that the recommendations in the mayor's memo be forwarded to the JPA for consideration so that they can have it vetted by all the agencies simultaneously.
That's right, and it will be documented in black and white.
So I'll second that.
We have a substitute motion to kill the project. So that's what you want to do. You can snatching defeat from the jaws of victory here. But we have a substitute motion.
Well, that's not my understanding. My understanding is that the staff recommendation would still go forward.
Accept the staff recommendation and just defer those clarification, those points when we in the JPA. That's my motion.
That is not acceptable. We need to make sure we have commitments. The JPA is not going to be a place, not necessarily a place. It may be the place. The motion in front of us is to do it where it's appropriate and as necessary. And we don't know exactly where that is, but not doing it at all and waiting until the JPA is a big mistake.
But we know we will have a JPA.
No, we don't know what will happen with the JPA because once we approve this and it's launched, it becomes out of our control. And we need to make sure we have the commitments documented that people have made before we lose control.
Joe, could you clarify that? My understanding that we will have a JPA with all those agencies that have land control.
So the JPA is composed of each of the local agencies, and there are different voting rules in place, such as fees that require all green light. Every agency has to go and say yes to. It is more distant than our council right here saying what is important to you. The JPA is making a decision about what's important to the JPA, and I think that's the distinction.
But is it possible that we incorporate those languages in the JPA so at least all those land use partners will agree to those points? Then
it is something that the JPA could absolutely do if there was agreement between all the partners that they wanted the JPA to make that findings, or those statements. That is possible, but it is not certain. You couldn't guarantee that.
Okay. What I'm hearing earlier is that we have the agreement 85% of the time is there, and the motion to move into the JPA is just to make sure that we're not delaying the implementation and schedule. Now you have doubt that other agency will have problem adapting the languages?
No, as I said earlier, I think these are motherhood and apple pie kinds of agreements that we've all talked about, but it is one that you, the council, are making a decision about what is important to you as a deal point. Clearly, the things that are talked about are things that the JPA should absolutely be dealing with. But, it is a different combination and dynamics that are going on of who's actually appointed to the JPA versus, there are 3 other councils and 2 other boards that are composed of much more members than who are on the JPA. And, depending on who they appoint to the JPA may or may not get you there. And since we don't know how that dynamic works, that would be my read of the difference between those two.
Councilman Chu, let me ask you, what are you trying to accomplish with the substitute motion? You heard people get up here and say, we can do this. We can do it within the time frame we're talking about. You heard our staff, you heard other staff, you heard our partners say we can do this.
I'm not 100% sure that we'll be able to do it within the time frame. I mean, the scheduling, I don't want to delay this any further. I guess
well,
that's the
your
intent.
motion is going to delay it a very long time.
I fail to understand that. I thought we'll be able to accept this staff recommendation, right? And then there will be discussion about the JPA, and when that time comes, we'll make sure that your concerns are being addressed.
I think the motion that Vice Mayor put out there based on my memorandum was reasonable. You heard the public testimony today. You heard the private sector support it. It's a means of getting broad support for this, and you're going to destroy that broad support by moving in a completely different direction.
I'm not trying to destroy the support. Again, I just want to make sure that we'll be able to not making any delay in the implementation of the plan. So that's the spirit of my substitute motion.
We've been at this for 8 years. It's going to last 50 years. If we need an extra 3 months to do what is right for San Jose, I think we should take the 3 months to do what is right for San Jose. It's not even clear that we'll require an extra 3 months to do that. Joe said, well, there's a window. It should be at the end of the window or the middle of the window. We don't really know. So I think we have a chance here to have a win, to approve it today with broad support, and that would be the motion that was on the floor before your major substitute. I think your substitute is a mistake.
And also here some important aspect for the water district. You're just waiting for us to approve that without any string attached to it, and so you can move forward. Otherwise, we could cause some funding delay, and we could cause some funding delay to the city of San Jose as well, right?
I'm not trying to derail the train. I think that...
Neither do I.
I think the mayor's been clear that he wants to move this forward, and that's something I think is very important, and I can take that back to my board so that we can, as far as our contracts and getting those contracts moving forward, we do need to have approval from all the entities, and I'm assuming that that we're going to have that kind of approval so that we can... the delay will depend a lot on what the city needs, but as long as there's a clear message that there's an intention to approve, I think we can move. We don't want this thing to go away. We're very supportive.
With a little delay, you don't have any problem with a little delay?
A little delay. I think it's been a long time, so 3 months isn't that big a deal, I guess, at this point.
Okay. I can withdraw my substitute motion then. I mean, I thought that we need something more definite today so they can go move forward, and then we can work out in the JCP. But if 3 months is nothing to the water district, it's definitely not a big impact to me or to the city of San Jose.
Motion withdrawn. Seconder agrees?
Yes, I comments whenever.
Okay.
But, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to weigh in support of Vice Mayor's motion that I seconded. This is a historic moment, as I think we've all acknowledged. Appreciate the staff's work and everybody's work. This started long before I got on this council, but I'm really proud to be here today to get this across the finish line along with the rest of my colleagues. We're adopting the plan today is how I look at it, and I appreciate the Mayor's memo and giving the flexibility to staff to work with the agencies. Appreciate the federal, state, fish and wildlife agencies here and the Water District, all of the folks that have come here today to testify. It's a great moment for us to move forward. There are other counties that have adopted this, but not that many. So we're still, I think, in the forefront of this. I grew up in this valley, and I remember bay checker spot butterflies. I remember them being prolific. And I would like my grandchildren and great-grandchildren and those that go beyond to be able to know the species that are in this valley. And so, again, that's the main thing we're trying to do here today is to provide habitat for these species. But I also think that solving the issues that have come before us with regard to economic development, making sure that we're still incenting our development community to develop on the lands we want them to, which is infill development, working with our general plan as opposed to giving any hint that we don't want that, pushing them out to areas we don't want to see development, which is out in the outer edges of our city and in areas we want to preserve. I think that working together and answering these questions is the right thing to do. And I'm convinced that folks are all going to move forward with all the speed we can so that any delay that might have been there will be minimized. And I'm really proud to vote in support of adopting the plan today.
Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. And the reason why I seconded Councilmember Chu's substitute that he has withdrawn to hear his thoughts on it is because I share the concerns that he has. Because in item 1, when we're modifying the appropriate documents, essentially there is not a meeting of the minds. We're putting forward something that has not been agreed to. And so, yes, maybe it'll be delayed 2 or 3 months, but we don't know that. We don't know if there will be agreement at all. And so that's why I felt the safest way to go to ensure that we get a habitat plan that we know all the parties will agree with, but still take into account those factors, was to do it the way that Councilor Chu suggested. But now that that's not an option, I continue to share the concern that we're putting forward items that have not been agreed to. If we adopt this today, yes, we're adopting what we would like to see as be the final version of the plan and modifications we'd like to see. But there's no guarantee that the other parties, as has been said, will agree to it. And so I think that it's, I'm going to support this because I support the plan as a whole, the plan that's been worked on for the last 8 years. I don't necessarily support what's happened in the last few days that is changing elements to what we're asking for at the 11th and a half hour. And so I'm hopeful that the optimism that's been expressed by the mayor and others here, as well as by staff, that we're going to continue to work and push this as fast as we can, rings true, or actually comes true, because we don't really know that. We're saying that, and that as Shawnee Kleinhaus mentioned from the Audubon Society about when we talk about balance, that it's not a 50-50 proposition when we talk about balance when we're trying to preserve the environment. The environment, encroachment on the environment, in any small part, it's gone forever. And so that's where we really have to be thoughtful about what we're trying to do looking out for the next half century. Again, I will hesitatingly support this because the plan itself is good and the plan in substance is good. But I'm very concerned about throwing these items in at the last moment that we don't know what the outcome is going to be. And I'll cross my fingers and pray that we'll be back here by the end of the summer and there'll be complete agreement from all parties, agencies, as well as the wildlife agencies, as well as the local jurisdictions.
Councilmember LICCARDO.
Just a question, actually a couple of questions. One is, with regard to comment was made by the official with Fish and Wildlife, forgive me for forgetting your name. Do we have a clear sense about whether or not this is going to trigger renoticing requirements in the Federal Register? And I'm hoping, along with that question, I'm asking what kind of delay is that the 3-month delay, or is there
that
something
could be
more?
So, as I said before, an MO, you calling it an MOU, would not result in any changes. Adding errata or clarification to our permit would not require any changes.
Okay.
Third thing, you already have a mechanism built into the plan for future amendments. That doesn't require, that's part of the whole process. Changing the implementing agreement, changing the EIS, those are things that would be a major change, and that's way more than 3 months.
Well, we agree we're not changing the EIS, right?
We're not changing and the implementing agreement is a very...
Yeah, let's focus on that. And
okay.
As I'm trying to get clarity on that issue.
Right.
to understand exactly what delay, if any, this might occasion. So do you believe what is being recommended here is sufficiently substantial change in the implementing agreement to trigger a requirement to renotice?
Because I'm viewing that you're not changing the implementing agreement, because if you read most of the issues that the mayor had in there, they're not things that are party to the Fish and Wildlife Service or fishing game or fishing game. And sorry,
I do the same thing. I can never change it.
I'll eventually learn. But as it relates to some of the other actions, you know, we already wrote our letter to the jurisdictions. We already did the part that we said that we would do. We are, you know, we've already been meeting with the Corps of Engineers and the regional board. So what would we, why would that be in the implementing agreement? That's something that's a separate issue as it relates to the other partners, which they all want them to participate too. So it really is case specific. There were some clarifications, you know, I'm not the detailed person here, so that had to deal with your, how you viewed what the acreages were, the minimum setbacks, clarifications in some of the tables. Those are the kinds of things that could be actually in a document that we did, in fact, with Contra Costa HCP, which was basically a 2-page clarification memo that went with it. So the way I read the resolution and the way I heard it presented was that it said the appropriate documents, and it gave the, and maybe I'm misunderstanding it, it gave the direction to your staff to work with the partners and the city manager to come up with that solution. Now, but I want to make it clear, the implementing agreement was noticed, comment period closed, so the documents that went out were the HCP, the EIS, the implementing agreement, and attached to the documents was included the draft conservation easement and management plan. Those were the items that were out, and the comment period closed. We're responding to comments right now. So, I mean, if that explains. So I actually think, based on the way I interpret it, but maybe I'm misinterpreting things, it could be done in a fairly simple and eloquent way, but it may be in different forums. But if you're thinking about modifying the implementing agreement, I have to renotice. I have to send it out. I have to go to the Federal Register, and I have to have every attorney every partner attorney, including our attorney, review it again.
Okay, so.
And that's not easy.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment for simple and elegant. That's.
Councilman, if I could just, because I think I raised the issue when I talked about the implementing agreement. Hearing that there's concern about the implementing agreement and reopening it, I think the beauty of the motion, as the Vice Mayor made, is it gives staff the flexibility to work with the various agencies. I think the goal that I have is, I understand that we want a commitment, and a commitment of all parties, including the Wildlife Agency, that they say they're going to do what they're going to do.
Right.
And I am going to strive to make it simple. It may not be elegant, but we'll
take simple.
Right? We'll work for simple.
It's good enough for government. Okay, thank you. And then, Rick, final question. Just hate to burrow down too much into definitional issues, but is our action today approving these plans?
Yes, and okay. with the further clarifications as set forth in the mayor's memo.
So the Water District and other agencies can proudly proclaim we have approved and we are moving forward. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's time to vote. I have no other requests to speak. We have the substitute motion was withdrawn, so we're back to the motion made by Vice Mayor Nguyen, which we're not going to repeat. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count one opposed. Councilmember Constant, one opposed, so the motion passes on a 10-1 vote. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations. We just approved it. Last thing we have on our agenda is the open forum. Chuck Johnson, Toshimi Bill Kumagi, and Mark Trout.
Hi, my name is Chuck Johnson, and I'm a resident of Santa Clara County. I love this place. California is filled with beauty, and it's a place where humanity and nature should coexist in harmony. I want to thank you for your effort to make our home a better place to live for everyone. That's important to all of us. I value good work, and we all seek good fruit. Unfortunately, there are people suffering needlessly, and this must change. We need to make the plans necessary to clean and protect our good work in the community, which is what we've been discussing. There are people that need our help, but every day there are people who willfully create sickness and destroy and abuse good work. They share their bad habits with others and maliciously leave a souvenir for everyone to notice. This is not the way to teach our children. Sin is everywhere, and anyone that promotes sin causes trouble and corruption. This must end. I know that cigarette smoking is the primary cause of colds, flu, and terrible cancers, yet smokers continue to leave filters, empty cigarette packs, and other trash intentionally as litter for everyone to see. We must not encourage this. This problem must stop. Further, the frequent nuisance of graffiti has become a blight to cities, and like a bad tattoo, has proliferated even sacred places in our environment. I ask perpetrators to quit. Also, I commute and am distressed and angered by the lack of compassion for fellow travelers. There's garbage left deliberately by others that is not placed in the trash. This is not good. This habit has become more than mischief. It's a nuisance. Therefore, I propose the end of the sale and use of disposable lighters and related products, and that indelible marks and deliberate damage to property stop. We need the cooperation of everyone. This will make our community a nicer place. Let's care for our valley and all of this beautiful country. Thank you. On the matter of the ban of plastic bags, I believe that's a good idea and necessary. As litter, plastic bags are a terrible problem and are not very biodegradable in nature. I hope you all have a good evening. Thank you.
Toshimi Bill Komage. Mark Trout. I see Mr. Trout's here, so go ahead, Mr. Trout. No, the sign's too big. Bring your notes if you wish. We can read the sign.
MarkDice.com is the best caller. Stan Monteith is the best radio talk show host, RadioLiberty.com. GTY.org is the best preacher, and you can download 3,000 of his sermons from his first in February of 1969 to today's broadcast on God. What is he like? Family Radio is the best radio station because it's the only radio station that reads the Word of God. And I was listening to Mike Ziman a few weeks ago, and he was reading an article about how Jesus Christ was a sign. And I was thinking in my mind about making a sign up that you won't let me bring up, Mayor. But I wish I could, because there's 7,000 that watch this on the net and they could read the sign. But I had this sign made up from fast signs that asks people to please Google John DeCamp, Senator John DeCamp, Alex Jones, full interview at the Franklin cover-up. This is so awful. I'm getting cotton-mouthed just thinking about what hopefully everyone that listens to this broadcast and everyone on this council will do. Because I'm telling you, God sets up the authorities to be the good guys, the protectors of the citizens. And this guy cannot, he's a Vietnam vet, his testimony cannot be contravened. Okay, he's a good man, he's a brave man. And he was, he wrote, how much time do I have now?
30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. I got to condense into 30 seconds, all right. In the book, The Franklin Cover-Up, okay, he documents, he's a lawyer, all right? He documents that there's a place called Bohemian Grove, 70 miles north of San Francisco, okay? This is not only have to do with Nebraska, where he was a state senator for 16 years. It has to do with all throughout the United States, how the CIA, if you Google, remember Bill Clinton apologized for the CIA MK Ultra mind control experiments, the excesses? That was an understatement. It has to do with taking kids.
Sorry, your time is up.
Oh, my.
That concludes the open forum. It concludes our meeting. We're adjourned.